go gorogeng ga gagwe mo letsatsing la gompieno gone ga parlamenteng go ra go le gontsi re lebeletse jalo gone gore mo malatsing ga sa le tshimologo ya nako morago ga dithopo go na ga nna le metseletsele ya ditiragalo kgotsa events tse e leng gore di tsamaelana le yone parlamenteng ntšha ya bolesome le boraro mme se ke nngwe ya tse e leng gore re ka re ke ko motsibong jwa ditiragalo tse ntseng di diragala one o ka gakologelwa gone gore mo dibekeng tse pedi tse di sa tswang go heta na ra bona go thophiwa jalo mapalamente ba go endosiwa the vice president na ra bona jalo go thophiwa le the speaker and the deputy speaker of the National Assembly mo tsatsing la gompieno le maphata ka go harologana le matona one le bathusi ba bone bana ba ikanisiwa ba thophiwa hela jalo tsatsi la gompieno ke la motsibo one lone la the State of the Nation address kgotsa tekodiso ka botsogo jwa setšhaba one
Kgonse ya Losidi go etlar ene ya re mo malatsinyana ha moragonyana hale ebe e le ha tautona Advocate Duma Boko a digela jaanong go tlhopha matona a gagwe a khudithamaga e leng gore ga ya hetoga ka palo le tswa maphata ka go a mangwe a hetogile maphata a hetogile a le mmalwanyana goga a ka bakangwa mo ka sekgwa ba reng rationalizing go e le gone go leka go tlhogatsa tiro mme mo tshokologo ya gompieno motho a gaetso kgwedi ya Ngwanatsele tlhola malatsi a le 19 re hano ga di ka go ntsa parlamente go tla go lekodisiwa jalo ke motlotlegi tautona ka ga botsogo ja itsholelo botsogo ja seemo gongwe le sa puso le sa sepolotiki e le botsogo ja tšhaba ya lehatsheleno e le tse motlotlegi tautona tla ba re dilekolodisa mo tshokologong ya gompieno e le gone jaaka ha tiro ya parlamente e simologa motho a gaetso parlamente ya bolesome le boraro e simolola yaanong phuthego ya yone ya ntlha tshedi
me one jaaka re soletse matsatsi la gompieno ra itse gone gore mapalamente ka go harologana ta ba simolla a tsena me ra itse gone gore go le gantsi ya boele ka mokgwa ha phegileng bangwe ba ta le di-family tsa bone bangwe ba ta le ba ileng gore ba na le bone ba ta ba tsena on the red carpet ya boele a very momentous occasion e leng gore gantsi ra itse re le ba kapa ditshwantsho ba nna ba etsa re soletse jalo le gone gore setšhaba jaaka bangwe ba ta ba tsena gone mo the gallery bangwe ba ba le gone hong bangwe ba ba le ka kwa tanteng e leng gore ke a fan park e leng gore se segetswe ha thoko ha le gore setšhaba se e leng gore ha se kgone go tsena mo gallery e be le gore sone se kgona go nna gone mo tanteng yoneo go gontsi mo e leng gore ba ta kgona go iponela ga gona o pe e leng gore o sala ko morago one mo sebakeng sa gompieno motswana mongwe le mongwe e leng gore o dumela jalo mo pusong ya batho ka batho tsetsieno wa go kgona go itseela ka tsopedi gore tota parlamente e ba tshuletseng puso e ntšha e ba tshuletseng mo sebakeng sa gompieno mabapi le se e leng gore ba se in the next 5 years jaaka re itse one
okay me motho a gaitso ya kaunso e tlhalosa tshedi ke nako yona ya gore e be le gore re lebella jaanong gore ba tlhophilweng ke setšhaba mo go le bao ba itlhophetsweng ke parlamente mo mafokong a tautona re tla be re sologetse gore ba dira eng me mo tsatsing la gompieno ke letsatsi ha le la pogileng letsatsi le la pogileng le dikgabogabo tsa maru ha le hale letsatsi le le iketlileng go ka re mood
go gontsi mo re ka go sologela mo loaping one mo sebakeng sa gompieno gongwe re kgabolele ka go wa me khastudi e leng gore mo sebakeng sa gompieno gone ha setšhaba se leng teng
tshedi go ntse yalo mme mo tshokologo ya gompieno e tla re goneha mo dikagong tsa parlamente re be re tsena ka tlhamallo mo teng ga ntlo ya parlamente mme ya ka ga o tlhalositse ga re nosi ka kwano ka dikagong tsa parlamente re tla be re na le modiri ka rona wa Betsimkulubusi e leng gore ene o tla ba tlhakatlhakane le setšhaba se se ka kwano setšhaba se e leng gore se tlile go tla go itseela ka tlhamallo gore ditsotse di tsamaya ka tsela ntseng jang dingwe tse di tota motho a ka tshwaelang ka tsone e le ditso ke gore e ntlo e parlamente ha e tsena ha seemong sa go tlhotlhwa ga mapalamente a itlhophetsweng re bone e le ditso tautona a tlhopha yalo go tswa ka haleka ga the aisle ka ke re go ha parlamenteng party e busang e nna ntlha engwe tse di sa buseng di nna ntlha engwe mme go na le bangwe ba ba tlhophilweng go tswa ka koo ba tlhophiwa e le ba ba ikgethetsweng ke palamente le mo khuduthamageng
e ntse le ditso one rena ra bona gone that inclusion part ga mmogo le banana seabe sa banana malatsing a go dirisiwa mahoko ona gore this is a very young parliament selo se leng gore gongwe sa itumedisa rena ra bona jalo mo parlamenteng e le mapalamente rena ra bona gape ga se ano go thophiwa the 18 ministries le bathusi ba matona ka go harologana rena ra bona inclusion of young people gone mo maphateng a ileng gore a mangwe ne la masha a mangwe le one a ileng gore gongwe a hetotswe maina kgotsa di-portfolio a hela jalo ga ke itse one ke ratile thata ke ka rialo the Ministry of Child Welfare and Education and Basic Education thank you e lengwe e leng gore ke maphata ileng gore a masha re soletse gone gore mo tekudisong yone re ta tlhaloganya le batswana ba ta tlhaloganya ka botalo gore tota mme maphata a tshwana lone a ileng gore a magorogo masha a ra go le kahi mo batswaneng ba ileng gore ba phuthaganetse ko tanteng hale ba sologetse le bone go twa gore gone mme ha re bua ka maphata a ba ama basic the fundamentals tsa botshelo jwa Botswana go le kahi ga se le phata hela ra ga rutwa tautona Advocate Duma Boko le ena a bua thata gone gore tota they are there to serve re tsile go bona hela jalo go diragala yalo one
go ntse yalo tshedi go ntse le motho wa gaetso ha o kopana le rona re le ko dikagong tsa palamente ne re tlhalositse yalo gore ga re no se hano ke na le tshileng ka betse me ga re no se rena le wa betsompulo busi ene a le ka ko setšhaba se leng ka teng setšhaba se sa kgonang go tsena mo teng ga dikago tsa palamente tla ka go wena wa betsompulo busi re utlwa gore ka ko o bona eng go hela mme batswana ba thulogile ka dipalo tse di kahe wa betswe
ke go leboga one jaaka se go tlhalositse re santse re le gone ka kwano ha mo dikagong tsa palamente tota ko ile gore e tla re kana kwa bobedi e be le jalo jaaka tautona Advocate Duma Boko ha tekediso ya botsogo jwa setšhaba mme ha ke leng teng ha le nna ha ke ha e leng gore setšhaba se tla bo se le teng go tla go ikutlwela ka tsabe go tla go bogela jaaka se tse re itse gore ga se botlhe ba ka kgona go tsena gone ka ko dikagong tsa palamente mme setšhaba se bothulogile se gone ha se tla be se tle go tla go lebelela le go ikutlwela ka tsabe gore molaetso wa ga tautona o tla bo ba tshwaretseng ya ka tsetseritse ya lo gore a ke tshimodiso ya lo ya parlamente ya bolosome le boraro e leng gore ke ya parlament ke ya party ya e dirile ka party ya UDC e leng gore ke yone tse re mpuso moraga ditlhopho tsa setšhaba tse di sa tswang go tshwarwa mme mo bogompienong mone ke buisana le batswana ba bangwe gore re utlwe gore bone ba sologetse go le kae mo tekudisong ya ga tautona ke na le mme Mpho Maino e leng gore ke mme ga dikgang wa pele jalo o berekileng jalo le ba le phatala khaso tota la Department of Broadcasting mme ke tla be ke buisana le ena jalo ka sa se solofetseng ka kwano mo tekudisong ya ga tautona mme Maine solofelo ya gago e ka tswa e le eng tota mo tekudisong ya ga tautona
ke a itumela mma ke a le dumedisa babogedi ma ke itumela gore le bone tlhabola letsatsi la gompieno la tautona o mošwa le ga tsele hetogile re soletse go le gontsi rona basadi bagolo di šaile dinako tsa rona mme ano re tlogela matshelo a rona mo diatleng tse di popotla re dumela ke le nnaese gore Botswana o tla re tologa o tla boela ko Botswaneng o re mo itseng o ntseng re nna mo go ene nna o ntse a ntimeletse ampo ke re nna ntse ke timetse mo go ene yaanong ke dumela gore re boko le lekoko la gagwe presidente ka ebile o ikamagantse le banana ka banana ga they are our future ke bone bokamoso jwa rona a ba agele hatshele ba le betle ba le busetse ko le gore na re litlhetseng le ntse ka tsela ene le ntse ka yona ka nako ya ga seretse mose kgama ra rona wa Botswana jaanong mo gore re boko gone nna re soletse diphetogo re soletse gore ditiro di dirwe ka botswa pelo di dirwe ka tshwanelo le ka nako tekanyetso ko re go nne le tekatekanyo go se ka nna gore wa ga mang o tswa kae go be go reng a Botswana e nne Botswana wa rona rotlhe re Batswana rotlhe mo hatsheng le go helala
mme Maina o berekile jalo le mme ga dikgang o ka re tlhalosetsa le gore ka nako tsa lona yalo ha santse o bereka o le mme ga dikgang go le gontsi jang hela ha le covera tiro ya go tshwana le the State of the Nation address
tota go bua boammaaruri nnaka ke eletsa gore ke benkile ka nna le sone sebaka se o na leng sone nna ke tsene ko Daily News ka 1976 yaano ne re sala morago dikgang tsene di bidiwa the minister said ministera a re bereka ko Botswana Daily News. I was trained by Paul Rantau ke simolotse ke le ya cover reporter ke na le bapasimphuso re traina ko Ramatleya ko re rutwa ke we are addressed by Rek PHK Kidikilo a re bolela re we are budding journalists ke be ke mmontsha gore when are we going to flower. So go bereka mo radio Botswana Daily News, particularly where I was, although I moved across radio and print, it was basically the Kanta Botswana government, that was what the radio station was for, to inform Botswana ka ditlhabologo, especially because we were just almost 10 years after independence. Ka 76 ha ke joina Botswana Press Agency. Mme ka tloga ka tlolela ka ha le ka ha radio Botswana, and it actually opened my eyes because I got recruited to SABC. I worked at SABC because of my experience in Ikitsaremogai. But go berkela radio Botswana nako no go le monate ka gore no go sena manganga gore o rile a re. It was very strict. Minister said, why potela or the minister said go a gonna le dibohole ka moso ra latela minister ke tse dibohole ke diepe. So our job was very easy.
Ke a leboga mme Maine mo nakong ya gompieno e tla be a lo ke buisana le Motswana o mongwe tota o le ene ga tlileng ka kwano go tla go utlwa sentle tota gore puso e ntšhwa e mo tshwaretseng ra leboga re o ka tla se tsela le gore wena o sologetseng
emma tekudiso ena ke tekudiso e leng gore e botlhokwa thata mma ke soletse go le go ntsi thata mo go yone because this is a historic event mo Botswana so ke itumela thata ka lebaka la gore for the first time in history we are having a new party governing this country, so this is very good for our country. So ke yone se democracy tota e se batlang tota. And then before ke bua gape I think e tshwentse bua ka yone gape ke kganya gore ya transition from the previous government to the current government ke se re eletsang gore mahatsha re bone re se dira re le Batswana. So democracy ya rona e botlhokwa thata re tshwentse gore re tsaya ka tlhwagalo. We have been yearning for this kind of democracy. Emma me ano ha re tla mo go ya gore ke solohetseng thata mo SONA ya gompieno kwena ke solohetse go le go ntsi thata because ha o lebella thata tsholehelo a mena e mo manifesto. So ke tsa gore the new government ena le manifesto wa yone e leng gore no tlhamaletse, although the challenges di se kana ka sepe, but I think they will go through these challenges ebe ba diragatsa gore ba ha Batswana se le nthuso ya bone. Batswana ba botlhela bogolwang go na le bagodi mo Botswana, re na le youth, a sizable number of youth, unemployed people, re letsa bona diemo tse including babereki le bone ba tshwentse gore ba thusiwe thata mma. And la bofelo composition ya puso ene le nteng ya gompieno ke a itumela, it's inclusive, no doubt about it.
Ra leboga bona kong eno ke tla ba ke busetsa jalo go mo dire ka nna o tshileng ka betso le ena e mensentle gore a tla go hese tsa di tshwereng ka go go
tla ke go lebega yalo wena wa mekhasudi a le ka ko ditanteng tse di ka ko parliament annex e le ka ko setšhaba se leng gore ga sa kgona go tsena mo teng ga dikago tsa parlamente ba tlabong ba tsa ka tlhamallo tiragalo ya letsatsi la gompieno ba le teng. Mme motho wa gaetso pele ga ra go tsena go yone ntlo ya parlamente, pele ga ra go tsena jaanong ko molaetseng wa Tautona e le pego yalo a rola botsogo ja setšhaba sa Botswana mo nakong e jaaka ha simolla tiro kana parlamente e simolla tiro. Tla ke tse hano mokwadi wa ditso historian re Ramakotopo Matlape se re fete re tle re gongwe re lebelletse dingwe tse leng gore di diragetse mo lehatsheng la Botswana go itlhela ha re leng teng gompieno, gongwe tse leng gore di ka tswa di ne di kaya gore re tla ya ka kwana re se re fete. Tla ke go amogele mo nakong e ke go la amogele mo BTV News.
Ke a go leboga mma tla ke tse sebaka se ke dumedise ba bogedi le Batswana ka bophara.
go ha motse la gompieno re bona ditso tota mo lehatsheng la Botswana re bona e le la ntlha re bula parlamente e leng gore e tswa mo partying e sele e senya Botswana Democratic Party ha isale le hatseleno le tsa boipuso Botswana Democratic Party e henya yalo ditlhopho tsa ntlha me ya tswela ya di henya yalo go itlhela mo mongageng wa gompieno tsa hengwa ke party ya Umbrella for Democratic Change e tlabong e simolla tiro ya go tsamaisa lehatshe mo letsatsing la gompieno ha re lebeletsana re emetse yone SONA State of the Nation address go kile ga nna le ditso tse di ntseng jana leng gape mo ditsong tsa lehatshe la Botswana.
Tlata ke go leboge. It's an historical and monumental moment mo ditsong tsa rona re le lehatshe la Botswana. Se se iragalang gompieko motho o ka se tshwantshang ya le se se kileng sa iragala ka 1966
right
morago ga ditlhopho tsa 1965 go nna le yona puiso sa setšhaba ka tautona wa nako eo ene sa se ratsa kgama a buisa parlamente e le gona go e rolela pego ya gore re ha kae re le setšhaba go a pele re tshwanela ke go dira eng dikgwetlho ketse ra go di hema jang ga re tsamaela go pele. So it's history repeating itself because ga sala ntla go iragala mme hala what stands out ke gore kana ke transition a different system of government le khotla le sela la sepolotiki le nne le go kganisong le tse re puso ba nne ba buisa ya gonna ba ganitse. So it's an historic moment in that regard.
Bangwe bile ha ba tshwaela ka puso ya batho ka batho e leng gore re tswa kgakala re meledi wa matheka yone gore Botswana o tshwere puso ya batho ka batho sentle a tsamaisi puso ka tsela e nametsang bangwe ba ne ba ntse ba re mme kana ga ise wele sentle go nna puso ya batho ka batho a ha ile gore ke party le nngwe hala e kileng ya tshwara maemo a go busa lehatshe mme mo gompieno motho ka re gongwe puso ya batho ka batho ya lehatshe la Botswana ya gola mo ka sekgwa go teng maturing maturity of our democracy gore e ka nnete re ka mogana puso mehela go entse le puso ya batho ka batho go sena makgwere a
Emma, what happened on the 1st of November ke bangwe ba ba buang se sa ja tlhapi ba tle ba re democracy in action
right
ge o tsaya 65 to where we are re ntse re nna le ditlhopho morago ga setlhano tse dingwe le tse dingwe ya bangwe ne ba re kana go nna le ditlhopho go le nosi ga go kae gore you are a democracy. It doesn't strengthen your democratic credentials. So you had to pass the test ya gore amme ba ba tlwaetseng go busa in the past 58 years ge ba iphitlhela ba le ka kontle ga puso amme go tla na le yona ka mogano puso e sanang dikgotlang e sanang exactly so we've seen it we've seen democracy in action because of what happened in the recent past
right
Emma
go amartsana le mo gone mo tshokologong yone ke tekodiso o ne re bua le gore ke ditso wa bua gore o gopola ibile ditso tsa ha le hatseleno le itlhoma e le hatsele le ipusang sovereign republic me go ha isa le go itlhela gompieno go ke le ganna le dipegape dipegelo ka ga botsogo ja setšhaba tse leng gore di ne di khatlisa Motswana go diela tlhogo kana go direetsa ka nako ene di diragala
Emma, we've had a couple. Segolo bogolo morago ga ditlhopho e se mo go iragalang after ditlhopho ka gore wa go fitlhela gore ke re go tsana gongwe tautuna o mosha ya 66 ke ya tautuna wa ntlha wa lehatshe. It was followed by ya ga Masire ka ditlhopho tsa tsana a di hentse e le sa ntlha a adressa chaba ya Botswana e la tautuna o hentseng ditlhopho o na sa tse moyo mongwe re bone le ya ga Lieutenant General Seretsa Khama Ian Khama le yona ga sna na fenya ditlhopho ya sala morago ke ya ga Mokgweetsi Masisi ka 2019 so here is another one. So basically we are saying over a number of years, after each and every electoral cycle, you will have this monumental, event, taking place.
Arre gone me di khang ga bua di dintsi mo gompienong re se re utlwi tota hela gore tautona tla re le kodisa re tata setšhaba se mo se sentseng jang hela mme gongwe puso e ikela go se isa kae kana ke yone pego e leng gore e tla be e gakolola le yone kabakanyo kana kgaoganyo ya madi a setšhaba ka February ya ka ngwaga o mošwa tla botla right so tla ke go
lebogana mme thank you
right ha ke lebogale motho wa gaetsho re se re fete gakologela gore ke go gakolola gore ke metsotsonyana hela pele ga re tsena ka tlhamallo yaanong mo parlamenteng re a go amogela jalo tautona Advocate Duma Boko jaaka ha tlabo a rolela yalo botsogo ja setšhaba mme ka kwano ke ntse ke buisana yalo le re serefete ke kgabaganyetsa ka go o sedileng kabetse yo e leng gore eno hantle ga dikago tsa parlamente go utlwa gore ka go gone o bona eng sedi tla ke gone le sebaka
ke go leboga one jaaka o sa tswa go bua tota tshologo ya batho ba ile gore ba tsena gone ka ko parlamenteng e tsweletse ka go gola re ka rialo ma parlamente ka go harologana ntse a goroga bangwe le ma parlamente bangwe re itse gone gore mo nakong e sa tswang go heta mo malatsing ba thopile jalo e le matona mo maphateng ka go harologana re setse re bone tona wa banana le arts and youth and arts ele mele se go chombo a setsa a gorogile ka kwano re bone jalo le ma parlamente ka go harologana le bone ba goroga le ba ileng gore ke matona mo parlamenteng yone ya bolesome le boraro ga ntse re bona mo ditshwantshong jalo ra bona gona gore le ba bega dikgang ba eme malalalatswe go tsaya dinepe tsa ba ileng gore ba goroga mo nakong ya gompieno tautona wa pele o sa tswa go goroga ile Dr. Mokgweetsi Masisi le no ntsa goroga gone mo parlamenteng ene ile tautona wa pele wa lehatshe la Botswana re bona the speaker of the National Assembly le no ntsa a goroga jalo le mohumagadi wa gagwe re bone jalo mo nakong ya gompieno gape le tona dikoloti le no ntsa goroga mo parlamenteng ba bantsi matona go tswa mo teng ka go harologana ba ileng gore ba goroga gone mo parlamenteng e leng gore ra itse gone gore mo sebakeng se se hidiseng pelo tautona Advocate Duma Boko le no taba goroga gone ha ata go ha jalo pego ya tikodiso ya setšhaba kgotsa SONA State of the Nation address re itse gone gore ke tekodiso e leng gore gangwe le gape e nna e tangwa ga lengwa ga morago ga tsone dithopo tse di sa tswa go hela jalo ra itse gone gore tekodiso yone ya setšhaba e ta jana go ta go thagolela tsela parlamente yone ya bolesome le boraro e leng gore na le ma parlamente a le 61 ena le matona jalo ba ileng gore ke ba khudithamaga ya parlamente gone jalo ra itse gone gore mo nakong ya gompieno mo ditshwantshong tsa gago o ta bona the former vice president lena sa tswa go goroga gone mo parlamenteng yone go ta go tsena ya go kgolo ya State of the Nation address e leng gore ya go ha jalo tekodiso ya setšhaba ke ene jalo mothusa tautona wa sa tswa go goroga gone mo parlamenteng ile re Slamba Tsogwane go gontsi re ta go bona mtsona wetso ba tsama gone mo the red carpet re letetse jalo gorogo ya ga tautona Advocate Duma Boko e leng gore ta ba ha yone tekodiso ya botsogo jwa setšhaba ile yone tekodiso e leng gore re ka re ya go thagolela tsela ya no sebaka sa gone gore parlamente e ntšha yone ya bolesome le boraro e kgone go ala mothala wa yone wa dingwaga tse di tse leng gore ya go dira go le kae mo mehameng ka go harologana dithabollo go aga one Botswana o ileng gore ke Botswana o mosha o re itseng gone gore kone wa parlamente ya bolesome le boraro ba tsweletse ka go goroga jalo ma parlamente mothuetso mme mo sebaka sa gompieno re kgabolele jalo ka go one ra banteng ka la katshani le na go hete kudisa ga gore ha lente go diragala jang
ke lebogalo tshedi ka kwano ke tshwere mongwe gape moitsanape ka gore re tsamayana re utlwa megopolo ya baitsanape gore ha re le mo nako ya phetogo nako ya tlhabologo e nngwe ya lehatshe la rona ba e bona yang ka leitlho la boitsanape ke itse sejano hano re ka bo moseki ke moitsanape wa di tlhabololo kana ditso tsa di tlhabololo ga ke tsore ka sona re go bitsa re
I think both tsa
tsa ditlhabololo ditso tsa ditlhabologo motho wa gaetso re mosadi tla re tsanela ka tlhamallo re bona jana re tsena mo nakong e re sologetseng go begelwa botsogo ja setšhaba a go ha re ka solegela sepe se e leng gore se harologane go le kalo mo go tse re tlang re di utlwa ke botsa yana ka gore mo nakong ya ditso tota mo pusong e tshwereng mo nakong ya gompieno a kana go na le melawana e leng gore e laola kana e kaela ka hape go e nnang ka teng.
Thank you, One. I think ubuile nnete re mo dinakong tsa ditso, it's a historical moment. Me gape re mo dinakong tsa diphetogo. I think more than anything se batswana ba se thopileng ke diphetogo. They have voted for change, and I think with that change we will also see kana re ta bona phetogo mo tse ka ha ntseng go dirwa dilo ka teng. Ke dumela gore tautona le ene mo bosheng ja gagwe mo pusong ye he would like to put his personal style kana ka ha ena dirang dilo ka teng o ta tshwana ke gore go bonale ebile go nne le pharologanyo le ka ha go ntseng go dirwa dilo ka teng. So tota re mo nakong ya diphetogo ga jena go tshoswa kana ke go hakgamalla sepe se tabeng le diphetogo. It's expected ra go bona diphetogonyana di le mmalwa in the sense that the structure of the SONA, in the presentation of the SONA, in what is in the SONA.
Right. How bua yalo gore gongwe ka ha e rulagangwang ka tempego e re ka bona go hetogile mo pegong ya bohelo ya puso e ne etswa ne re bona pego e tsamayana le matshego a tebelopele ya setšhaba ya 2036 a gongwe re ka sologela sengwe sa go nna yana kana ho e ne e ditso.
Thank you, One. Ga ke itse thata gore a re ka sologela gore go tle go le setshwana in terms of themes
ke sa go tsanaganong ke re gongwe re ke nne ke le kodisa motswana gore re bona yalo mo tsamaisa dipuisano tsa parlamente a goroga re se re bone mothusa tautona a goroga re bone le tautona wa pele a le mo teng ga parlamente mmogo le matona a mangwe a pele le mothusa tautona wa pele ba le mo raetso gongwe ka digala gone go gore re sologela gore go ka tshwana le Vision 2036 go le kae.
But you know the difference e leng teng one mo bogompienong ke gore ha o ka lebella parlamente kana goromente wa lehatshile yo hitileng ine a rile a re towards the end a ba dira gore go aligniwe kana lenaneo la dithabololo NDP 12 le tsamaelane le manifesto kana maitlamo a di-party. So I wouldn't be surprised ha ke bona ile gore State of the Nation address sa gompieno se tshwana le manifesto wa UDC in terms of the pillars kana dikano tsa State of the Nation di beilwe mo dipilareng tsa manifesto wa UDC because that is what had been planned for ha go dirwa di changes tsoletse
go ntse jalo motho wa gaetso di solofetso tse ke dingwe tsa tsone tse leng gore tla solegela gore re utlwa gore tautona o tla amagole ka tsone mme se segolo bogolo re sologetse gore mme ebe tautona a re lekodisa se se diragetseng ha e sa le November 2023 go itlhela November wa gompieno mo tšhabeng ya Botswana bangwe mo go ena manifesto ha o bua party ya UDC ne bua gore o ka re puso e nentse le mo pusong ga e bui dira jaaka dintse gongwe dingwe di tla di kgabisiwa a ga ke tsore a go ha go ka nna jalo kana me State of the Nation address e dirwa jang go itse gore magokaganyana a go e dira keng.
I think State of the Nation address e dirwa ka ha ntse e dirwa ka teng. I think ne go setse gona le a template e ne e followiwa and I think le gompieno gongwe go ka tswa gona le template re ka tswa re followa yone template ya bogologolo but re ka tswa gongwe re followa a new template that has been developed mme hela se se leng teng ke gore tekodiso ya setšhaba yone re sologela gore e akaretse go simolla ko gone ngwaga o hitileng go hita ha re leng teng gone ka gore puso e ka tswa e changile but the civil services in place ntse e thokometse mo maphateng a le mantsintsi bo PS ba santse ba le teng and to the best of my knowledge ha go dirwa State of the Nation address go tsewa megopolo go tsewa dintha mo go bo permanent secretary kana baeteledipele ba maphata le dikompone tse puso e nang le seabe mo go tsone go be go kgobokangwa be go dirwa state of the nation. So ke dumela gore there is a part e leng gore e na le tekodiso e tserweng mo go one maphata, and I think maphata are under an obligation to tell the truth about the true state of the nation, because gore tautona a kgone gore bolela di priorities tsa government go hitelleng go ngwageng go tshwanetse ba bua from a position of truth go na le boammaaruri. So I think there is an obligation for tautona go bolelwa boammaaruri gore go senyegile ha kae gore a ba re bolela gore me ha go senyegileng teng re ka baakanya ka tsela e.
All right, motagaiso mo nakong e ka re kgabelela ka kontlong ya palamente ke bona yalo motsamaisa dipuisano tsa palamente a eme go buisa ntlo ya palamente a re utlwa gore mafoko a go a reng.
We could only manage that. We squeezed a bit more, just slightly. But we've also organized a marquee outside where 500 people can be fitted in. Honourable members, in terms of Standing Order 30.1D, as read with Standing Order 22.2, honourable members who have not taken or subscribed to the oath or affirmation shall do so. We are all aware, or we may recall, that when honourable members took oath of office and allegiance and affirmation, as some of you did, Honourable Kapinga at the time sent an apology because he was bereaved. So we'll start our proceedings today with the administration of oath of allegiance for Honourable Kapinga before he takes his seat in the House. Oath. Clerk.
Mo nakong ya gompieno motho a gaetso gone ka ko palamente
do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Republic of Botswana, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of Botswana as by law established. So help me God.
re motlotlega Kenny Kapinga a ikanisiwa jalo pele ga tiro ya palamente simologa ka one a seka a nna le sebaka seo sa go ka ikanisiwa yalo mo nakong e ke yone ya gore go helelediwe go ruragadiwe go digelwe gone go ikanela go tsaya maikano a tiro ya go direla tšhaba eno ke go netefatsa gore botlhe ba ba mo teng ga ntlo e ba tsere maikano a ya ka haele matshwanedi re bana yalo re Kenny Kapinga a sa tswa go dira yalo kana sa bona sebaka seo mana konye ka hantle ga dikago tsa palamente motho wa gaetso tsholofelo ke kwa godimo e le tsholofelo a gore tautona a ba goroga.
Went to cabinet announcements. I have since allocated sitting to honourable members in accordance with Standing Order 14.1. Please proceed. The sitting arrangement is subject to subsequent meetings of the Business Advisory Committee and further consultations with the leaders of political parties represented in Parliament. Honourable members, I have since received communication from the Ministry of State President to the effect that Honorable Moeti Caesar Mohasa has been appointed leader of the House in accordance with Standing Order 8. I have further been informed that Honorable Sam Dihwa, MP for Boteti West, is nominated government whip. Honorable members. Honorable members, I'm happy to announce that I have also received similar communication from the opposition bloc. I'm in possession of a letter from the Botswana Congress Party, the main opposition in this House, that they have since appointed Honorable Dumelan Saleshando, Member of Parliament for Maun North, as leader of opposition in accordance with Standing Order number 9. And Honorable Katapila Kainangura Hikwama as opposition whip in accordance with Standing Order 10. You have already joined me in congratulating the aforementioned members of Parliament on their new appointments, and we welcome them to the structures of Parliament governance. You know that there will be members of an important committee of Parliament, which is the Business Advisory Committee. Honourable members, I'm pleased to inform you that the President of the Republic of Botswana, Mr. Duma Gideon Boko, will address this assembly later in the afternoon today at 1440 hours. The proceedings of the House will therefore be suspended until 1440 hours. We accordingly adjourn.
Motsamaisa dipuisano tsa Palamente a sa tswa go rola dipego tse di botlhokwa tseo tota a itse se setšhaba itse se Palamente le setšhaba sa lefatshe leno gore mo Palamenteng ye ya bolesome le boraro Leader of the House jaaka ha ile tsamaiso o tlhophilwe jalo gore tlabele motlotlege Moeti Mohasa yo ileng ene tona ka go tsa merero ya ga Tautona me resamdi kwa mo Palamente wa ka kwa Boteti elene a tlhophilweng jalo go nna whip me ka go letlhakoreng la kganetso leader of opposition pero ele gore tlabele re motlotlege Dumelang Saleshando me ha whip kako opposition e tlabele re Hikwama me ke go gakola motho wa gaetsho tshwantsho so se bonang seo ke hela hapele ga dikago tsa Palamente mephato ya itshireletso mephato ya sesola e setse ye me malalala otswe ka jana motsotso mongwe le mongwe tota ke se ka re motsotso mongwe le mongwe e tla re metsotso e le 20 pele ga nako ya boraro 1440 metsotso e le 20 pele ga nako ya boraro e be motlotlege Tautona Advocate Duma Boko a goroga tota ebile a rola a pego eo mme ke go gakolle gore ka kwano ke santse ke na le rekabo moseki e le moitsana pe wa ditso tsa ditlhabololo re bua yalo ka tiragalo e iragalang mo tsatsing la gompieno Ramoseki Ramona jalo leader of the House we misitse tiro ya Palamente kana kwana adjourned re ya re libile yalo nako ya 1440 jaaka ha tlhalositse e le yone nako e tlabong Tautona a rola yalo pego ya botsogo ja setšhaba right nya ke motsotso ke go fanse ba ka lwena gore o tshwaele mo
okay yeah well I think it's a very happy day for many. I think Botswana ba le bantsi go gae they've been looking for a moment like this. 58 years is a long time. There's not been any change of government, but mo bogompienong we have a change of government which for me is a good thing, considering that we are a democracy. A functional democracy should change governments regularly.
Right.
And importantly for Botswana, it gives them the confidence. Once in a while, they can try a new party.
Right.
They can try new things.
Right.
Because the danger...
According to what they consider serves the interests of the nation.
What serves the best interests.
Right.
I think... I think a lot of people are happy, visibly happy. Wherever you go, you see happy people.
Yeah.
And I think, like we keep on saying, it's a time for change. We are going to see several changes. And the State of the Nation today gives the President an opportunity to lay down those changes.
Right.
What are the changes going to be? Because we expect a shift from the way that things have been done into a new way of doing things.
Let's talk about just that, the shift, the change in that 58 years of the governance of the Botswana Democratic Party. In that 58 years, some level of progress has been attained by the Sovereign Republic of Botswana. And at this point, coming into the governance, to the governance of Botswana with the whole set of promises that are the social contract with the nation, with the electorate, just how much is it, I don't want to use the word safe, but how much is it feasible for one, or how much is it even to be expected to change? Are we expecting a sort of upheaval, or there's some level of convergence where perhaps the two administrations would, there'll be some sort of continuity? Programs and projects and stuff.
I think in a lot of things we are going to experience continuity, and then in some things we are going to see change, and this is change that I think is needed. If you look at things like the economy, we need change in the economy. This country has got high inequality. We need to see change there. We need to see the closing of the gap between the poor and the rich. We need to see that gap being closed. We need to see a change in terms of the numbers, particularly young people, the youth. Right. We need to see that number coming down, because currently we have a big population of young people that is not working, and that is dangerous for us and could possibly cause problems for this country going forward. So we expect to see those kind of changes. Not everything has been bad in 58 years. I don't think we should be selling that message that everything has been bad. There's been a lot that has been achieved in the 58 years. But I am of the view that even though we had achieved so much, we had reached a point of stagnation.
Let's talk about that. I'd like for us to come to that, because I think in fair judgment, one would perhaps observe that the past two administrations were embattled with quite a number of global events that perhaps might have slowed down whatever intention that they had. But let's talk about just that it wasn't all doom and gloom. Where did we start seeing this stagnation?
Well, I think, yes, indeed, like you say, the past two administrations have suffered a lot of natural disasters. One, the Khama administration started off with challenges to economy. There was a global economic meltdown.
Absolutely.
And that took us a long time to get out of. But it's something that we eventually got out of, and we should be thankful for that administration and thankful to God that we made it out of that. It was the financial prudence that this country has built over the years that helped us to escape on Ematata. Coming to the era ya Rema Sisi, we saw challenges in terms of COVID, which he also, I think, in my view, he largely did well in terms of addressing that challenge. So the government did very well. Botswana were prioritized, and indeed we lost some people, but many lives were saved. So Reboni progress, even though there were so many challenges.
The Ukraine
other
war
countries
also.
Now they fell into the pit. Everything was destroyed during the 2008 or so global financial meltdown, COVID, they failed. But the country that we have built for ourselves, has been able to...
go suta mo go ntsi go ha parlamenteng mebile ke bona motsamaisa dipuisano tsa parlamente a tsamaela hale ke dimela gore gongwe motlotlegi tautona wa goroga le go tswa mo parlamenteng ke bona batlotlegi ka re batla tswela hantle motho wa gaetso ha o re le gona o kopana le rona ga ke nosi ke na le o sedilong ka betse ke na le wa me khasudi ke rata gore gongwe ke ka garanna go le gongwe hela le bone ba go lekudisa motho wa gaetso gore ha ba ementeng ba bona eng o sedilong ka betse o bona eng ka ko pina ya setšhaba motho wa gaetso o e ka jalo bokao jwa mo ka national pride gore ke na ke motsotso o tlotlometseng go le ka he o re tsena mo gone re sologela gore ha re sena go amogela jalo pina ya setšhaba e be le gore tautona Advocate Duma Boko e be le ka yone nako e leng gore o tla ba tsamajana a tlhatlhoba mephato ya itshireletso o sologetse gore ba ile gore ba tlhatlhoba mephato ya itshireletso pele ga ka tsamaela gone ka ha parlamenteng mme ha ile ha dikagong tsa parlamente motho wa gaetso se se diragalang batlotlegi botlhe tota ba thologetse hantle ga parlamente ke dumela ile go amogela ene motlotlegi tautona ba tsamaela jalo mephato ya sesole
Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief, may I have the lead to of justice?
Mototegei Tautona Advocate Duma Gideon Boko jaaka ha digala yalo go tlhatlhoba mephato ya itshireletso gora gore ya ntiro ya letsatsi tla simologare mosekere ka solohela eng gongwe mo go State of the Nation address ye Mototegei Tautona a tlogang a e rola
emma ke solohela gore mo puong ye Tautona tabong a re ba hapele today re solohele gore o ta bua ka mathata a lebagane le hatshele tota hela konthema ke re tauto ne tekodiso ya gore the government system or the government machinery kana government ka boene o ntsa tsamayang mo ngwageng o hitileng from this time last year to now re swanetse go utwa tekodiso e tetseng ka botalo gore re ha kae jaaka ke ne ke supile earlier ke gone mo go ta re bolelang gore ya no go eng ko pele re dira eng. Right. So that is very important. Me ra go utwa dilo tse dintsinyana in today's SONA. I think ra go utwa issues tse di buang to economic diversification, ra go utwa issues related to foreign policy issues, right, international relations, security issues, ra go utwa di kantse di buang ka business environment, how do we cultivate the ground to favor business people gore ba create ditiro. Ra go utwa di kantse di buang ka bo civil society. What is the role of civil society in the development of this country? Bangwe ba rona ba dumela gore civil society has got a major role to play in the development of this country. Bontsi ja sebaka re bua hela ka private sector, re sa bui ka civil society. Right. So tsholohelo ke go rutwa ka civil society. Re tshwanetse re rutwe gape ka democratic reforms. Ke eng se sang go change, especially on issues of accountability. Government wa go na open and transparent ka ditsela tse dintseng jang ha o ka lemoga UDC
ene Tautona o bile ka go dirisa mahoko a gago a re tla re so robust institutions, right.
Ene ke batla gore ke be ke ta ke bua ka institution le ithoto mpese baka ke bua ka mosola wa di institution, why we need robust institutions to have a thriving democracy, to have a thriving economy.
Right. Ke lebile bo bega dikgang ja ka ha bo itlola ke lebile bo bega dikgang ja rona mono gae ke lebile bo bega dikgang ja mahatshe ene Mototegei Tautona o setse a tsametse ha go mo tsamaisa dipuisano tsa parlamente ke ya ka ha o bona motho a gaetsho mo tshwantsong seo ba tlotlege go tswa mo parlamenteng ba thologetse hantle go felegetsa kana go amogela jalo Mototegei Tautona jaaka ha tla ba ya go kopana le bone mo teng ga ntlo ya parlamente go rola yalo State of the Nation address. Nngwe ya tse di duleng di papametse ele di solofetso tsa Umbrella for Democratic Change ke ditiro. Jobs, higher paying jobs, more quality jobs, more diversified jobs. Ke ra ha ke ngathaela go le go nyenyane go tswa mo manifesto. Perra ke batla go go tswela gone ho.
Manifesto wa UDC bua thata ka ditiro ke bua maru ene mo teng ga manifesto wa UDC ba bua ka ha ba ngo thama ditiro tse ka teng ba bua ka ha eleng gore there is a talk of 5 mega companies at the scale of Botswana or bigger than Botswana. One of these companies, what I know is that it will be dealing in issues that green economy. And babua gore from the green economy ha ke tshwara sente ba ka produce 10,000 jobs. Green economy go twa ditiro tse di tshwanang le bo go sela matlakala go processa matlakala go dira solar related businesses tsone dio tshwanetse ke dio tse leng gore ko mahatsheng a mangwe tse di diraga me ke itumelela gore ke bona mo manifestong wa UDC ba di ba hapele ga rona gore ke dio dingwe tse di re ta bonang di diragala mo pusong ya bona. So they have talked about that.
right gongwe ebile ga ke go tlatsa gone go tse bangwe ba le bantsi ba di lemogang kana ba buang ka tsone kana ba kgatlhagalang go bua ka tsone wa mile ka dikatso tsa bana ba mo dikolong tse di kgolwane ke ra manifesto wa ba wa mathulaganyo nngwe ya go ka tshwana le gongwe le mo bangwe ba kileng ba go dira go tirelo setšhaba ka gore ga national service ga ke itse gore eo gongwe e ka tswa ya kantswa ka mokgwa o he re tla re utlwa motlotlegi Tautona a bua yalo le gore ga go tla go temothuong re sologetse gore re oketse thobo gararo triple our yield ka ha agriculture gongwe ga o ka nankola tse dingwe tse leng gore re dutlwe di buiwa mo tsholofetsong eo ya manifesto gongwe re ka sologela gore re ka utlwa di ka tswa le mo gompienong
manifesto o bua dio tse dintsi o bua ka infrastructure development one of the biggest projects mo infrastructure development ke go agiwa ga matlo a le 100,000
yes
ke go service land in peri-urban areas.
Electricity and water
30% down. So we see that production of solar, electricity, solar, there is so much that is in the manifesto that I have come across. And for me, those are exciting things. In future, or today, because they have been put in front of us, we will now listen to the president arabolela gore mme go ane go hiteng go ditlong tse tsote tsa re di beileng pele mo manifestong ra go dira ka tsela ntseng jang because he needs to talk to that.
Right. Ha ke go tsenya mo dinakong motho a gaetso mo nakong ye gone hela ha pele ga parlamente ha moragonyana ha re ntseng teng le re Moseki Tautona Advocate Duma Boko wa heta tota ile Tautona tloga heta morago ga rona re Moseki o heta morago ga rona a patile yalo ke motsamaisa dipuisano tsa parlamente a tsamajana motho a gaetso a dumedisa ya ka ke go boleletse boididi jo botsetseng hantle ga ka ga parlamente batlotlegi ba batsetseng hantle go tla go moamogela mo parlamenteng ye go tsena le bone mo tirong ya parlamente the first meeting of the first session of the 13th parliament. Ba tsena yalo mo phuthegong e le ya ntlha ya parlamente ya bolesome le boraro ke gone jaaka ha bona yalo motho a gaetso gongwe ka tsao sirwa ke bobega dikgang le ba bangwe hela mme se se ragalang mo tshwantshong se se hapele ga gago seo motlotlegi Tautona o dumedisa ba setšhaba se se ka kwana ke sologela gore mokapa ditshwantsho o tla ipatlela phatla a kgone go tsena ha tla lebaganang le motlotlegi Tautona teng e le se diragalang hantle ga parlamente dingwe tsa ditso tse re di bonang re bone jalo boeteledipele jwa puso e sa tswang go rola tsamaiso ya puso ya Botswana Democratic Party Bolehan go simolola hela ka ene moeteledipele wa party Dr. Mokgweetsi Masisi ba hano le matona a pele a mangwe ra ba bona hano ke batla go tshwaela ho
I think go mo ke so se sente thata mo ko mahatsheng a mangwe ha puso e change wa loa bangwe ba ngala re kana re bua ha re ne re le ko mahatsheng a mangwe gompieno bangwe ba huhile ka difofane ba sietse go South Africa bangwe ba sietse go America kana ba sietse kae hela ba re tshwanetse re leboga modimo mme ra leboga le Batswana le boeteledipele ja le hatsela Botswana gore ga rena dintwa tseo ga rena dikgothantsa mohuta o re bana ba motho re tshela mmogo go monate ke ntse ke ba lebile le nna le ka ha ba itumellanang ka teng wa bona gore go na le moa wa neelano. This is what we want to encourage in this country and also to take to other countries gore ba bone gore tsamaiso ke tsamaiso ya mohuta mang. These are the values that we must export.
Ke go kope gongwe o tsamae o rena di atlametse motho a gaetso ha ile gore ha re buang teng o ka tswa gongwe o kgorelediwa ke modumo ileng magoletsa botlhe bao ba ne ba le mo teng ga ntlo ya palamente ke jaaka ga ba tshologela go boelela gape mo ntlong ya palamente ba sena go gorosa yalo motlotleghi Tautona ke re gongwe o re ne di atlametseng a go gongwe o ka tsamaya utlwa e ka re modumo o ile go godimonyana le wena ke tse re nkutlwa se
a ke go tusente ya go boitumelo ka morago hela ka
go boitumelo tota ruri re bona jalo motlotleghi Tautona wa pele ga Tautona Masisi le ene a le hano ke bua ka Lieutenant General Seretsa Khama yen Khama go hano Botswana o hano
thata go monate thata ke lone le hatsela mashile dinotsi le sa bolong go buiwa I think Botswana will adapt easily in heaven because this is heaven so they will easily adapt to heaven.
We did talk about the expectations to perhaps not totally reinvent the wheel.
Yes.
You did point out that perhaps not everything has been that which needed to change in the 58 years of the rule of the Botswana Democratic Party. I want you perhaps to speak to some of the successes that perhaps we hope are the converging points between the aspirations of the previous government and this, that we perhaps might not need to change all that much, except maybe the way we'd execute them.
Well, I think things like financial prudence, that is something that we have come known for around the world. Good economic stewardship, go thokomela itsholelo, re sa iseng, re sa those are the things to take forward. Robust institutions that can even be more robust. I agree with the president that they can even be more robust.
I want you to take that opportunity to speak to that. You wanted to add
I wanted to talk about
what is the value of having these institutions.
So there are a few things that make countries successful. One of the things that make countries successful is strong institutions. If you have a strong judiciary, if you have strong parliament, if you have strong oversight bodies, ombudsman, body EC, anti-corruption, all those things, you are likely to have a very a well-functioning society, a well-functioning country. So those are the aspirations that we should have to strengthen all these institutions. And I get a more manifesto, and I hope this is also going to come out today, more speech in Tautona, is to further strengthen these institutions. I think we have seen a little bit of that where they will be strengthened because how can the ministry they will now be accounting to the National Assembly. That is strengthening the National Assembly. That is strengthening oversight. So there is a lot of positive things that are already happening even before the president sits down and gives us or stands up to give us his State of the Nation address. I think we are seeing where he wants to go. Absolutely. We are going to see the strengthening of judiciary. Promises have been made in this manifesto, and I believe Ronarle Botswana we are going to hold this government accountable to deliver on these promises.
This will be an interesting seating in Parliament. As the Speaker of the National Assembly pointed out, the instruments that inform seating. So then that therefore means say the Botswana Democratic Party would have switched sides to where it is customarily set, and this afternoon, the Umbrella for Democratic Change sits on a different side of the aisle. Of Parliament.
Very interesting that in our lifetime we are witnessing this change. It's possible. I think for some people, but we are seeing these things happen right in front of our eyes. Maybe le go sna tsholo amadi go saluwe go le monate go santse go smileiwa re santse ra di tirong re santse ra go re ka yang teng go sena we accept the results of the elections and we are implementing it's implementing the will of the people, because by simply voting UDC in the majority, Botswana have exercised their will.
Do you know, I have heard former President Masisi use this phrase, don't use this sentence, this is Botswana. I also have caught current President Advocate Duma Boko say just those exact words, this is Botswana. What do you want to say about that sense of national pride that we see even in the times?
I think Tota we are proud of our country. Le mo ba eteleding pele ba rona ba proud. Le Batswana hela ka bobone hela ba proud, and le batho ba mahatshe a mangwe particularly in Africa ba proud ka rona ka ha re dirang dilo teng ka teng gore dilo tsa rona di tsamaisa sesole, as would say. So everything is going according to plan. Sengwe le sengwe se thamaletse
ha boya ka go tsamaisa sesole. Ke go tsena ganong jana ka gore go tsamaya jana mo tsamaisa dipuisano tsa palamente ka motho motho wa gaetso o gatela jana a gata hape le ga mototlegi Tautona ba gatela go tsena mo parlamenteng. Ke dumela ke re motsotso o re letileng wa tametse go le kalo jaaka ha bona yalo mototlegi Tautona a tsena ka dikgoro tsa parlamente. Re moseke gongwe ke tla seke ke nne le mahoko a le mantsi ha mo nakong ye re tla siela ka ko parlamente mo nakong ye sa hediseng pele go tsena mo teng ga parlamente 1440 o gorogile hela jaaka motsamaisa dipuisano tsa parlamente ana bua ke yona nako e ne e buiwa ya gore ke yona nako e mototlegi Tautona a tla ba rola jalo pego ya tekodiso ya botsogo ja setšhaba. Ta ke go leboga go nne gompieno jana mme e tla re ha re sena go utlwa mahokwa e be re boela ka go go lona.
Ke a leboga thank you.
Ke leboga yalo re ka bo moseke motho wa gaetsho motho re ka bo moseke ke moitsanape wa ditso tsa ditlhabololo a ne a tla ra tlhatlhela boitsana ka go ya ka boitsanape ja gagwe ditiragalo tse di diragalang gompieno a tshwaela mo go tsone. Motho wa gaetsho mototlegi Tautona Advocate Duma Gideon Boko mo parlamenteng a re kgabaganyetse ka kwa parlamenteng.
Honourable members, I'm pleased to inform you that the President of the Republic of Botswana, Mr. Duma Gideon Boko, will address this assembly, present his State of the Nation address. We were to arrange a podium. I think there was a miscommunication somewhere so that the President addressed this House standing, but because that arrangement has not been done, he will address you from the state chair. Honourable members, it is my singular honor and privilege to present to you the President of the Republic of Botswana, Mr. Duma Gideon Boko. That's your... Over to you, Mr. President.
Honorable members of Parliament, esteemed citizens and residents, I extend my warmest greetings to each and every one of you individually and personally. May I request at this point that we pause and observe a moment of silence in remembrance of all our departed friends, relatives, fellow citizens and residents, including former members of Parliament. May their souls rest in peace, and in their memory, let us forge ahead with renewed purpose, working hand in hand to create a legacy of hope for generations to come. Amen. Mr. Speaker, the State of the Nation address is more than a ceremonial occasion. It is a moment when our nation stands united to celebrate triumphs, confront obstacles, and chart a bold course for the future. The annual address transcends reporting on government performance. It is a call to action that embodies the dreams and aspirations of our citizens. We gather here today to not only reflect on our past, but also ignite our collective vision to open and reveal a whole new spectrum of possibilities and ambitions, and thus set an agenda that will shape our socio-political landscape for years to come. I come before you today with a heart full of gratitude and pride as we celebrate the outcome of a democratic dispensation that binds us together. Botswana has just gone through a successful general election that stands out as a blistering testimony to the maturity of our democracy. The outcome of this election represents patent testimonials of the eloquent outrage of our citizens. The peaceful and orderly manner in which the process was conducted is a hallmark of our political culture. For all that, I want to extend my sincere thanks to each and every one of you for your active participation in the elections, in which you handed the umbrella for democratic change, the mandate to serve you and our country. We must consider ourselves a lucky generation, having had the privilege to witness a historic change of government following the rule of one party for nearly 6 decades. This change is further made special by the manner in which it happened, including the smooth transfer of power. For this, I must, on behalf of Botswana, thank my immediate predecessor, His Excellency Dr. Mokgweetsi Eric Kiabetswe Masisi. He accepted the people's verdict. He gracefully passed on the baton. Indeed, he is a true statesman. This smooth transition marks a recasting, a deepening of the contours of our democratic vision. Botswana's commitment to upholding democratic principles and maintaining peace and stability before, during, and after the general election process speaks volumes about our collective dedication to the future of our great nation. For my part, as I said during the swearing-in ceremony, I am committed to leading our nation towards a brighter future. Mr. Speaker, this is the 13th Parliament. Many of the members of this esteemed House are new here, while some have been here before. Despite this, today, the 13th Parliament of the Republic of Botswana stands freshly assembled. I welcome all of you to this House. Your presence here evidences the trust placed on you by the people. Today, we stand at a pivotal moment in our journey together. This journey will be defined by unity, resilience, and a shared vision. It is inspired by those redeeming values and virtues that bind our country together. Mr. Speaker, our founding national principles of democracy, unity, development, self-reliance, and Ubuntu are not just ideals, but essential pillars that have bound the nation together. Democracy ensures that every voice is heard and valued, fostering a sense of ownership and participation among citizens. Unity enables our nation to stand strong and together against any challenge. Development reinforces our resolve to focus on enhancing the quality of life and creating opportunities for all. Self-reliance encourages individuals and communities to harness their resources and capabilities to overcome the challenges of our socio economic existence, thus promoting resilience and innovation. Lastly, Botho, which embodies courteousness, humility, and respect, nurtures social cohesion, solidarity, and mutual support amongst individuals and social groupings that constitute our society. By embracing these principles, Botswana will work together to build a robust economy and a thriving society, reinforcing the fabric of the nation for future generations. That is the cornerstone of our change philosophy. We must embrace opportunities that lie ahead and address challenges with unity and a sense of purpose as we work towards an inclusive and prosperous nation. True progress, Mr. Speaker, is only achievable when we come together across communities, generations, and ideologies. We need to work hand in hand to build a society where innovation flourishes, education empowers, and everyone has a seat at the table. We, together, will transform challenges into opportunities and dreams into reality. Mr. Speaker, the 12th Parliament witnessed a series of challenges. The COVID-19 pandemic, which claimed the lives of many Botswana and brought almost everything to a halt for close to 2 years. The drought that has affected this country over 2 consecutive years. Declining diamond revenues due to global market conditions. High unemployment levels, with overall unemployment at 27.6% and youth unemployment of 38.2% as at the first quarter of 2024, and the country going through the most painful and harrowing experience on the 28th of March 2024, when 45 Botswana perished in a road accident near Mamatlakala in the Limpopo province of the Republic of South Africa. Let us also remember that prior to this, dozens of other lives had been lost on the A3 road. Mr. Speaker, these and other issues add to the litany of accumulated grievances that the 13th Parliament of the Second Republic must wrestle with. Transformative journey. Mr. Speaker, it is with great humility and a deep sense of responsibility that I address you today to mark the beginning of what in my solemn undertaking will be a transformative journey for Botswana. Robert Lee Frost tells us about 2 roads that diverged in a yellow wood and path, nor the one less traveled. I elected rather to take the road unseen and therefore never traveled, reminding myself every step of advance of the words of Arthur Schopenhauer. Talent is like a marksman who hits a target others cannot hit. Genius is like a marksman who hits a target others cannot see. As a country, we must strive along the road unseen. As your president, I am aware of the challenges facing our country. We are looking economic uncertainty dead in the eye. Diamonds continue to account for about 80% of our foreign earnings, but we shall overcome. The already high, almost 27% unemployment rate continues to worsen, but we shall overcome. The declining birth rate creates an existential threat to our future, but we shall overcome. We have only 78 years of coal reserves left at the current usage rate, but we shall overcome. The government is facing cash flow problems, but we shall overcome. We have to wrestle with social and infrastructural issues, but we shall overcome. Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that we shall overcome. Though the 2 paths in front of us lead to either ruin or disaster at this crossroads. Mr. Speaker, walk with me, will you, as we take the path unseen and therefore never traveled. With me as your president and this nation by my side, Mr. Speaker, I say to you, we shall overcome all the odds. I have said before, and I will say it again, I've been down so many times. Down don't bother me no more. We've inherited challenges left to us to resolve by the 12th Parliament. Together we will resolve them and build a stronger, inclusive, and more prosperous future. I have seen the bravery and might of Botswana firsthand. Lesego Chombo dared to dream and came home wearing the crown of Miss World Africa. She now sits in these hallowed chambers wearing the mantle of Minister of Youth and Gender Affairs of the Second Republic. Litsile Tebogo and Ross Branch dared to dream and came home champions of the world. They dreamt big dreams, dreams of immensity, dreams of intensity. There is nothing, I repeat, nothing that Botswana cannot do. Mr. Speaker, this moment demands both immediate solutions to stabilize our economy and long-term reforms that will lay the foundation for sustainable growth. It is a journey that will require bold leadership, strategic action, and the unity of every Motswana. I take you into my confidence. I share with you a vision for the future. I map out the concrete steps we will take towards a future that offers prosperity, opportunity, and dignity for all. The first 100 days. 100 days is not a long time. 3 months and some change. That puts us into February 2025. Already, I've had questions about what this 13th Parliament will do to fulfill our pledges and promises, and we made many. You want to know what this new chapter in the history of Botswana means for you. I treat these first 100 days with the courage, vigor, and seriousness they merit. As it is with any new relationship, first impressions matter. But unlike a fleeting dance under the moonlight, for this union to see the light of morning, consistency is key. I promise you that my first 100 days and my last 100 days will share at least one thing in common. That is, that each day will be treated with the same level of seriousness throughout. The first 100 days present an opportunity to demonstrate swift, decisive action while laying the groundwork for long-term transformation. The first 100 days is a period of renewal and restoration. In the first 100 days, we focus on 3 interconnected pillars: restoring trust, revitalizing the economy, and building equity. We will restore trust and good governance by 1, undertaking a financial and forensic audit. I've heard your voices. I've seen your messages. You want to know where your tax money has been spent. We will find that out and report back to you. We will do so. We do so not to subject anyone to targeted demonization. We do so to probe and examine the functional efficacy of our existing systems and institutions. Because these institutions are human artifacts, we can remake and improve them. We must design and roll out a robust institutional repertoire properly suited to the demands and challenges of the unfolding future. 2, strengthening anti-corruption institutions. You want to know that your tax money is safe with us and that we will protect your money. We will fashion a robust, independent, anti-corruption agency with the authority to investigate, prosecute, and eliminate corruption at all levels. Additionally, we will create digital transparency mechanisms to enable citizens to track public spending. 3, increasing transparency in government expenditure. You want to know that your money is being used to better the lives of all Botswana not just a few. We will publish a comprehensive review of public finances to identify waste, corruption, and inefficiencies, followed by a plan for corrective actions. 4, respecting human rights and upholding dignity. One of our people is unable to rest, far from his home. Country road, hear him yearn, please take him home to the place he belongs. These words hit my soul like bolts of lightning, and now they leave my lips, and they will carry the soul of a son of the soil home to CKGR, where he can finally be at peace. On International Human Rights Day, the 10th of December 2024, the body of Pitseng Gauberekwe will be buried in the Central Kalahari Game Reserve. His ancestral home. Your government, that under color of court judgments denied him the dignity of a burial in his ancestral land, has now taken the bold steps of abandoning all those judgments and burying him. In this ceaseless quest to uphold dignity, we are unshakable. Civil service reform. You want a trustworthy, dynamic, and agile civil service that serves your needs. We will implement a code of conduct for public servants, and we will train them in accountability and performance. Economic revitalization. We will revitalize the economy and attract investment by 1, establishing a legal reform task force. Foreign investors want to come here. Botswana has the highest credit rating in Africa, with a BBB+ long-term and A-2 short-term Standard & Poor's rating. The only reason that they are not here yet is that there is a necessary bureaucracy in doing business in Botswana. This legal task force will draft key legal reforms to make Botswana an attractive environment for foreign and domestic investment. It will do so in the shortest possible time, as time is of the essence. Creating economic incentive packages. We will announce a set of incentives to attract investments in high potential sectors such as renewable energy, agriculture, tourism, and technology. We are committed as the government of Botswana to participating in meetings, incentives, conferences, and events, MICE, and will ensure that there is positive impact for Botswana. Fast-tracking key infrastructure projects. We will identify and begin the implementation of strategic projects in transportation, energy, and digital connectivity to boost employment and economic activity. We are committed to working with local and global technology companies to rapidly prepare Botswana for the future. Engaging international partners. We will make our international partners aware of the reforms, opportunities, and new commitment to transparency and growth. On social development, we will build equity and social infrastructure by kicking off a national housing program. We will lay the foundation for an affordable housing initiative by mapping housing needs, identifying sites, and commencing pilot projects in urban and rural areas. Expanding social services access. We will launch immediate improvements in healthcare and education, starting with the most underserved communities. This will include mobile clinics, teacher training, and school refurbishments. Implementing youth empowerment programs. We will create opportunities for the youth through job training, entrepreneurship support, and internships in both the public and private sectors. Strengthening food security. We will partner with local farmers and farming institutions to improve agricultural productivity, including trainings and subsidies for essential inputs and modern farming techniques. Embarking on a national listening tour. I'm aware that the people of this country are smart, creative problem solvers. We will listen to you by conducting a countrywide tour to meet you, hear from you, and adopt your visions and goals and integrate them into your government's agenda. Launching citizen feedback platforms. We know that inspiration strikes haphazardly, and we will give your inspiration a platform to reach us by launching digital and in-person platforms to gather ideas and feedback from Botswana on reforms and development priorities. Undertaking a national service campaign. We will encourage citizens to participate in community improvement initiatives such as cleaning public spaces, planting trees, and volunteering in schools and healthcare facilities. Accountability and reporting. At the end of these 100 days, this administration will publish a state of progress report to the nation. This document will outline what has been achieved, challenges encountered, and plans for the next phase of transformation. Regular updates will maintain transparency and ensure the government stays accountable to the people. I repeat, my first 100 days and my last 100 days will be treated with the same level of seriousness. This first impression will be the theme of this 13th Parliament. The first 100 days will set the standard by which we conduct ourselves. If there is any deviation from the standard, it will only be that we have become better, not that we have regressed. This will not be an administration that delivers in the first 100 days, disappears for a few years, then resurfaces in the next election year, trying to buy your loyalty with short-term initiatives. These 100 days of renewal is not merely about quick wins. It is about setting Botswana on a sustainable path to prosperity, equity, and trust. Continuation from the first 100 days. Mr. Speaker, for too long, Botswana's growth potential has been constrained by outdated legal frameworks and regulatory hurdles. Investors, both domestic and international, require clarity, efficiency, and predictability to commit their resources. Without these elements, we cannot compete with nations that have created more business-friendly environments. In this regard, we will prioritize the following. 1, simplifying regulations, streamlining bureaucratic processes, and reducing red tape to make it easier for investors to set up and operate businesses in Botswana. 2, modernizing legal frameworks. We will update commercial, tax, and labor laws to align with global best practices, ensuring transparency and fairness in all transactions. 3, guaranteeing legal protections. We'll offer clear guarantees on property rights, intellectual property, and dispute resolution mechanisms to provide investors with the confidence they need. 4, incentivizing strategic investments. We will introduce targeted incentives in key sectors such as technology, renewable energy, manufacturing, and agriculture to attract investments that align with our long-term development goals. Attracting foreign direct investment is not just about capital. It is about fostering innovation, creating jobs, and transferring skills to our people. When the world looks at Botswana, they must see a nation that is open for business, fair in its dealings, and ambitious in its vision. Economic reforms must go hand in hand with social development. A nation cannot thrive when its people lack access to safe and affordable housing. The absence of a coordinated housing strategy has left many Botswana without stable homes, exacerbating inequality and stifling economic mobility. To address this, we will launch a comprehensive national housing program focused on the following. 1, affordable housing for all. We will work with local developers and international partners to construct housing that meets the needs of low and middle income families. 2, innovative financing models. We will establish low interest loans, rent to own schemes, and public-private partnerships to make home ownership achievable for more citizens. 3, sustainable urban planning. We will develop modern, well-planned communities with access to essential services such as schools, healthcare, and public transport. 4, revitalizing rural areas. We will ensure that housing programs are not limited to urban centers, but also extend to rural communities, fostering balanced national development. Housing is more than just a roof over one's head. It is a foundation for opportunity. It provides stability for families, boosts productivity, and stimulates local economies. A strong housing program will also create jobs in construction, finance, and related industries, driving immediate and long-term growth. Will attract investments and improve housing. For these must be deeply connected. By creating a legal environment that encourages investment, we unlock the resources needed to fund large-scale development projects, including housing. Likewise, a robust housing sector provides the stability and infrastructure that investors seek when deciding where to place their capital. Botswana's transformation requires bold, coordinated action. Legal reforms will lay the groundwork for economic expansion, while a national housing program will ensure that the benefits of growth reach every citizen. Together, these initiatives will not only transform our economy, but also uplift the lives of our people, restoring pride and dignity to our nation. This is the path forward, clear, ambitious, and achievable. With your support and determination, we will turn this vision into reality, building a Botswana that is prosperous, equitable, and prepared for the challenges of tomorrow. Economic diversification beyond diamonds. Mr. Speaker, Botswana's reliance on diamond revenues has been our strength, but it has also made us vulnerable. The decline in diamond revenue by over 60% in recent years is a clear signal that we can no longer afford to depend on a single commodity. To secure Botswana's future, we must diversify our economy, focusing on sectors like tourism, agriculture, manufacturing, information technology, and healthcare. We know that Botswana receives more than 3,200 hours of sunlight annually and averages 21 megajoules per square meter, which is among the highest in the world. The potential of solar energy is immense. Botswana's climate requires robust solutions in the field of agriculture, so there is more food security. Botswana needs new industries in sports and entertainment because Botswana's creativity is infinite. Botswana needs factories for manufacturing. We must be able to say we have products and goods proudly made in Botswana, by Botswana, for Botswana, and for the world. Botswana needs to embrace the fourth industrial revolution, digitalizing access to basic services, enhancing connectivity to all parts of the country. Botswana needs a robust healthcare system that can compete at an international level, and more importantly, that is accessible to the citizens of this republic. To achieve this, this administration will launch several priority initiatives. We will establish a national development fund. This will be a government-backed fund to finance strategic national projects, support key sectors, and act as a key partner for foreign investors. This fund will help us drive economic growth, reduce dependency on diamonds, and build resilience in our economy. We will promote local industries and develop sectoral strategies. Through the launch of the national sectoral strategies, we will focus on strengthening our agriculture, food security, and manufacturing. These strategies will promote agricultural innovation, develop infrastructure in rural areas, and support local producers. Reducing imports while increasing local production will be critical to creating jobs and fostering sustainable economic growth. We will reform local capital markets. To facilitate financing for both public and private sector projects in local currency, we will launch a comprehensive reform of our capital markets, enabling businesses and the government to access affordable funding for critical projects. Expanding infrastructure. We will update and develop a national infrastructure plan focused on energy, logistics, and internet connectivity, critical pillars for modern economic growth. These improvements will provide the foundation necessary for private sector development and job creation across all sectors. Job creation and skills development. Mr. Speaker, high youth unemployment remains one of the most pressing social issues. To ensure that young Botswana have the opportunities they deserve, we will prioritize job creation, skills development, and youth empowerment. Our initiatives will include: 1, vocational training and apprenticeships. We will launch nationwide vocational training programs and create apprenticeship opportunities to empower young people with hands-on skills for the workforce. Additionally, we will provide small business grants to encourage youth entrepreneurship and innovation. Strengthening education and job market linkages. Through initiatives like the Government and Enterprise National Initiative for Employment, GINI, we will ensure that our education system aligns with the needs of the job market. We will also provide resources for young people to acquire the skills most in demand by employers in emerging sectors. The National Housing Strategy. We will launch the National Social Housing Strategy to address both housing shortages and youth unemployment. This initiative will employ thousands of young people in the construction sector while providing much needed affordable housing to our citizens. Public sector reforms and efficient resource management. Mr. Speaker, a strong, effective public sector is essential for the efficient delivery of services to our people. We will reform public sector institutions to make them more efficient, transparent, and responsive to the needs of Botswana. In the medium to long term, the following key work streams will guide our reform. The first, medium-term fiscal framework. We will design and implement a medium-term fiscal framework to ensure fiscal sustainability. This framework will help us balance government spending with available resources, restore fiscal buffers, and create the financial stability needed for long-term growth. Reform of state-owned enterprises. A review of key state-owned enterprises will be conducted to improve government and operational efficiency. By enhancing the performance of SOEs, we will reduce fiscal risks to the government and improve overall economic efficiency. Healthcare, education, and infrastructure improvements. Further action will be taken to improve access, quality, and efficiency in healthcare, in education, and infrastructure. We recognize that these areas are critical to social development and public trust, and we will invest in improving service delivery for all Botswana. Regional and international trade. Mr. Speaker, in an interconnected world, we must strengthen our national security and develop strategic regional and international partnerships. To diversify Botswana's revenue streams and open new markets for our goods and services, we will, 1, access international capital. We will begin to engage with international credit markets to raise capital for government development projects. This will help us address fiscal deficits, finance infrastructure projects, and promote Botswana as a favorable destination for investment. 2, promote trade partnerships. We will work closely with neighboring countries and international organizations to explore new trade opportunities. High-level government visits will be organized to strengthen ties with key trading partners and attract foreign investment to our priority sectors. Environmental sustainability. Botswana is blessed. Our natural resources, our natural environment is one of our most valuable assets, and we must protect it. We will prioritize policies focused on environmental protection, climate change, mitigation, and sustainable resource management. Our initiatives include a national ESG strategy. We will launch a comprehensive environmental, social, and governance strategy that emphasizes green finance and positions Botswana as a leader in climate action. This strategy will attract international capital to essential sectors like renewable energy, waste management, and conservation. Next, renewable energy initiatives. We will invest in renewable energy projects such as solar, wind, and bioenergy, reducing our reliance on fossil fuels and creating new economic opportunities for our people. Conservation of natural resources. We will expand efforts to protect Botswana's unique wildlife and ecosystems, ensuring that our natural reserves remain pristine for generations to come. Ecotourism will play a vital role in both preserving our environment and generating sustainable income for local communities. Agriculture and food security. Mr. Speaker, agriculture has always been a cornerstone of our nation's economy, yet it remains underdeveloped in many regions. The challenges we face, from climate change to outdated farming techniques, demand bold and strategic reforms. This administration will focus on boosting agricultural productivity, enhancing food security, and developing sustainable farming practices that ensure long-term prosperity for all Botswana and bringing in new industries. Our initiatives will include the following: modernizing agriculture. We will promote the use of agricultural technology to enhance productivity. This includes precision farming, smart water management systems, soil enhancement technologies, and regenerative agriculture, which can help our farmers optimize crop yields, conserve water, and adapt to the challenges posed by climate change. Soil health and sustainable practices. We will encourage sustainable farming practices to improve soil health and ensure long-term agricultural productivity. This will not only help increase yields, but also preserve the fertility of our land for future generations. Boosting food security. We will invest in food processing industries to add value to raw agricultural products and reduce our reliance on food imports. By processing local crops into finished products, we will create new jobs, reduce waste, and improve food security across the country. Support for small-scale farming. We will ensure that smallholder farmers have access to the resources, training, and financing they need to succeed. Supporting rural farmers will be key to improving livelihoods, increasing food production, and reducing poverty in our rural communities. Introducing the cultivation and export of medicinal cannabis and industrial hemp. Through legalizing and regulating this industry, we will birth an industry previously unknown to our republic except through illicit trade. We will create jobs in this industry. This will facilitate the innovative use of hemp-based materials like hempcrete, hemp bricks, and hemp fiber panels. This will significantly reduce our dependency on imported construction materials and lower overall building costs. This will further push for the diversification of our economy. According to the global statistics, the cannabis market size was valued at $43.72 billion in 2022 and is projected to grow from $57.18 billion in 2023 to $444.34 billion by 2030, exhibiting a compound annual growth rate of 34.03% during the forecast period. North America dominated the global market with a share of 81.79% in 2022. Our forecast in Botswana is to significantly increase our GDP with cannabis and hemp-related products. Manufacturing and value-added processing. Mr. Speaker, in order to diversify our economy and create high-paying jobs, we must move beyond simply exporting raw materials. One of the most effective ways to do this is by investing in manufacturing and value-added processing. This administration will prioritize the development of key industries that process raw materials into finished products, creating jobs and increasing the value of Botswana's exports. Our initiatives will include encouraging industrial growth. We will invest in infrastructure and training to create a competitive manufacturing sector in Botswana. This will include focusing on industries where Botswana has significant potential to add value. Incentives for local manufacturers. We will introduce incentives for local manufacturers, particularly those that utilize locally sourced raw materials. This will include tax breaks, subsidies, and market access support to encourage businesses to establish production facilities in Botswana. Export promotion. Through the National Export Strategy, we will help local manufacturers reach international markets, further diversifying our economy and increasing our foreign exchange earnings. Through strategic partnerships and support for export-oriented businesses, we will aggressively push for the Made in Botswana brand to make our products stand out from the rest. Technological advancement. Mr. Speaker, government is committed to working with local and global technology companies to rapidly prepare Botswana for the fourth industrial revolution and drive meaningful economic transformation for our nation. We have engaged SpaceX and Starlink to accelerate efforts to extend affordable connectivity options to the entire country. With affordable, high-speed internet access across Botswana, citizens will have greater access to remote work opportunities, innovative educational content, and high-quality medical care, among others. This will lead to direct and indirect employment opportunities and a better quality of life for our people whether they live in cities or the most remote villages. Starlink's planned infrastructure investment in Botswana will help transform Botswana into a digital hub for the entire SADC region, leading to increased employment opportunities, attracting further investment from global technology companies. Based on the commitment to enhance access to quality education, this government will accelerate the implementation of school connectivity projects through the Village Connectivity Program. By the end of November, we will have connected 100 rural schools, with plans to connect 300 more in early 2025. Healthcare. Mr. Speaker, our physicians, nurses, allied healthcare professionals, and administrators are often overlooked. Yet day by day, they dedicate themselves to serving our people in their most vulnerable moments. Mr. Speaker, I want them to know that we value them, we appreciate them, we love them. This government is committed to providing them with the support they need to better serve the nation. Together we will build a system that not only treats illness but promotes health through predictive and preventative care. We will roll out multiple initiatives to realize this vision. 1, a national mandatory health insurance scheme. 2, a universal health coverage plan for all citizens. 3, a national health digitization roadmap to modernize our systems. And 4, investment in infrastructure, capacity building, human resource development, and public awareness. The goal is to design, develop, and implement a sustainable health safety net that leaves no one behind. Cost-cutting measures. Mr. Speaker, it is our considered view that our country loses billions of pula to wastage due to poor management or negligence, or even subtle and clear-cut corruption. Consequently, the Ministry of Finance will at the appropriate time announce rigorous cost-saving measures, including: first, wastewater treatment. Water bills for senior schools exceed 300 million pula per annum. By implementing wastewater treatment plants, water substitution, and recycling, we can significantly reduce these costs. This estimate excludes savings from fixing leaks in pipes and storage tanks. Expansion of these measures to other institutions, such as the BDF, prisons, police, and hospitals, could further reduce expenses. Procurement costs. This government will ensure fair pricing for basic goods and services. No markup on procured goods will exorbitantly exceed the price of the goods from the supplier. Establishing standard pricing for essential items will control procurement costs. IT systems. Will assess the cost of government IT systems, including implementation, maintenance, and licensing. We will explore opportunities to empower local youth to develop and manage these systems, reducing reliance on expensive external providers. Implementing a pay-per-transaction model for system development, where service providers receive payment based on usage, such as with the driver's licensing system. This will incentivize system developers to maintain high service standards and ensure the system's sustainability until fully paid off. The Development Manager Model, DMA. The application of this model may have resulted in inflated project construction costs. This model will be reviewed to ensure fiscal sustainability. rented properties. The government is not paying market value for rented buildings. A review of rental agreements and renegotiations will yield substantial savings. Agriculture programs. We will review Timoletlotlo, Tuoletlotlo, and Majai Khorosa programs to ensure value for money. State-owned enterprises. We will minimize wastage within state-owned enterprises, strengthening public-private ownerships to attract external investment, including equity-based investment. Solar farms. We will implement grid-connected solar systems for institutions to produce their own power, leverage impact funds to finance solar initiatives, reducing the need for direct government funding. Artisan workshops and facilities management. We will develop low-cost workshops for artisans to provide services to government institutions, creating jobs and supporting local economies. Private sector involvement. We will encourage private sector participation in infrastructure projects such as roads, where investments generate revenue. The SADC House model is a successful example of such partnerships. Budget review. We will conduct a thorough review of existing budgets to identify essential expenditures. We will assess each project to determine which should be government funded and which can be self-financing. International relations. Mr. Speaker, government is firmly dedicated to fulfilling its international obligations and remains committed to its membership in regional and international organizations such as SADC, the African Union, and the United Nations, among others. In this spirit, I would like to remember and express my profound gratitude to the men and women who served under the Southern African Development Community Mission in Mozambique, working tirelessly to establish peace and stability in the region. I also wish to pay tribute to those who lost their lives during this noble mission. We will enhance collaboration with our regional partners to ensure that Botswana's voice is heard in the Southern African Development Community and the African Union, further strengthening our role in regional and continental diplomacy. We will refocus our foreign policy to ensure that our advocacy voice is heard in the promotion of human rights, democracy, justice, good governance, peace, and security. The capacity of our diplomatic missions will be strengthened to effectively advance Botswana's national interests on the global stage. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, let me remind Botswana that we've set ourselves a lofty goal of becoming a high-income country by the year 2036, and we are left with only 12 years to achieve this goal. We were well aware of the commitment and demands it will take to achieve this goal, and as you all know, change does not happen on its own. Neither can it just be wished. As we develop our National Development Plan 12, we will begin the transformation journey enunciated in our manifesto. The plan will reflect our intent and demonstrate our willingness to make the necessary sacrifices to achieve our ultimate goal. As a society, we must be prepared to do things differently if we are to achieve different results. Let us remember that what kept us as upper middle income will not necessarily take us to high income. We will therefore put in place systems and processes that engender a culture of meritocracy aimed at transforming our government to become more agile and accountable. I appeal to every citizen and resident of this country to commit towards putting our nation, our Botswana, first in everything we do. Equally important is for the private sector and civil society to take their rightful roles to become the drivers and guardians of our development. The challenges we face are significant, but they are not insurmountable. By embracing bold reforms, driving economic diversification, investing in our people, and ensuring transparency in all government actions, we will build a Botswana that is resilient, sustainable, and prosperous. This is the Botswana I see, a nation where opportunities abundant, where young people have the skills and jobs they need, and where our natural beauty is preserved for future generations. Let us come together, as we always have, to build a brighter, stronger future for our nation. Bagaetsho, we have the responsibility to ourselves and to each other to make our aspirations a reality. On my part, I commit to spearheading the transformation of our government, society, and economy. This is therefore a clarion call for national transformation. Fatsileng, ke la rona rotlhe bagaetsho, a re le tshwaraganeleng. God bless you all. God bless Botswana. Ya leboga. Pula.
e tsamaile ka tseleng se jaana motho wa gaetsho tekodiso ya botsogo ja setšhaba mo ngwageng wa 2024 e le tekodiso yalo e leng gore tota e lebelela go tswa mo go ya bogelo ele ya ngwanatsele 2023 gore go tswa go hitlhagano tšhaba e mo seemong se sentseng jang mme motho wa gaetsho se gongwe ke ka se latlhelang kana ka se gakolola kana ga e le gore gongwe ke gone o kopana le rona ka se tshwaela ke gone gore tautona wa amile dintlha di le mmalwanyana a simolotsegela pele tota re simololega ka gore tautona o simolotsegela ka go tsa motsotso wa tidimalo go lemoga go ikgopotsa bao ba e leng gore ba re tlogetse e ne le maloko badiredi ba ntlo ye palamente o tla gakologelwa gore mo ha e sale tekodiso ya bogelo setšhaba eno e latlhegetswe yalo ke motlotlege Dumizweni Mthimkhulu e latlhegetswe jalo ke motlotlege Likat Kable mme tautona o simolotse magoko a gago a tekodise ka gore le motsha gore tota a marure re tšhaba e seego kana ke re tshela mo dinakong tse e leng gore bao ba re le mo botshelong re seego gore be le gore re tshela mo lehatsheng la Botswana le hetoga re bona ditso tsa lehatshe la Botswana le hetola kana le nalana puso go tswa ko mokgatlhong wa sepolotiki o mongwe go ya ko mokgatlhong o sele wa sepolotiki tautona o tshwaetse ntlha eo hela ko bosimolong ba tekodiso ya gagwe a ba a tshwaela le ka boleng janalano eo ke go gakolana motho wa gaetsho ke bua ke le ka ha parlamenteng a re utlwa motsamaisa dipuisano tsa parlamente gore o bua eng mo motsotsong
I was pleased to deliver the State of the Nation address. For greater accuracy, I have obtained copies of this address for immediate distribution to all honorable members and to all our invited guests as they leave the chamber. Let me at this point add leave from the text and thank all of you for coming. Thank our former presidents, former vice presidents, former ministers, former members of parliament, the clergy, especially in a special way, the emissaries of His Grace, the Bishop Joseph Enyanasi Lekhanyane of the Zion Christian Church, the St. Agnes Zion Christian Church, all the way from the city of Moria in South Africa. Baruti bote ke a le leboga magosi a rona, the business community, members of the diplomatic corps, leaders of political parties, le Batswana hela lote ka kakaretso ba le ne le tile tirong e tona e ke a le leboga. In addition, honorable members, our invited guests and honorable members are invited for refreshments in the Parliament grounds. The protocol officers will show you where you are going. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, as we have come to the conclusion of the business of today's order paper, I shall now call upon the Honorable Leader of the House, Honorable Leader of Government Business, Honorable Mweti Caesar Muhasa, to move a motion of adjournment. Order, Honorable Hotswang. Honorable Muhasa. Honorable Muhasa, can you move the motion of adjournment?
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, the question before you is that this House do now adjourn. Order, honorable members. The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, say no. No. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
And as the first meeting of the first session of the 13th Parliament is so adjourned, that was the State of the Nation address from His Excellency President Advocate Duma Boko. I want to just quickly get your final remarks after now having received the State of the Nation address. I want to first point out that this is, I think, the third occasion that His Excellency President Boko, when he stands to address the nation, acknowledges his predecessor as a true statesman.
Yeah, I think that is proper and in order. I mean, we're still in the early days of the transition, so it's only appropriate that he acknowledges him. I think he'll be doing that for quite some time, as much as it is necessary. So I think to acknowledge those that came before you.
Right. Let me just get your quick highlights from the State of the Nation address 2024.
I think the highlight for me, and this is not necessarily the detail of the State of the Nation, we had a very inspirational State of the Nation.
Yeah.
I am of the view that our leaders must inspire us into action. And I think that is what President Boko did today. He really inspired us. So sitting where I am, and I believe Batswana ba bangwe sitting where they are, ba gwethegile le bone gore ba tsenye letsogo ba tsenye maboko a bone mo go transform lehatshele, because the president is talking about taking a path never traveled. So clearly
path unseen and surely never traveled.
Yes, and this is something that he likes. I think I heard him talk about this Robert Frost poem at the funeral. So it's clearly a Robert Frost follower.
Yes.
He's very poetic. The president is very
Absolutely.
poetic. That is one thing that I like, because the speech is not just a speech. It is nice to listen to. So I think Tautona being the poet that he is, he makes it interesting for you to listen and not get bored. So I was not bored as I was listening to him. And it was short and succinct. Last year when I was here, the State of the Nation address, I think, lasted for up to 5 o'clock, I think. But it was detailed. But this one has been short and succinct. The core message is that we are in a transformation journey. Things are going to change. And these are, I mean, he said a lot of policy priorities in what he was saying.
Let me just check on the other side, just interrupt you there to throw and check on the other side of the house where my colleagues, Utsidilon Kabetse is. I think Utsidilon Kabetse is on the ready with where you are, TD, at this moment.
Ke go leboga one tota go nnile mo gontsi mo ileng gore Tautona Advocate Duma Boko o go buile gone mo his State of the Nation address tota bua di le dintsi a lebeletse tsone the next 100 days tse ileng gore parlamente yone a bolesome le boraro ta ba isimologa jalo me mo nakong ya gompeno re tlhalose jalo gone gore jaaka parlamente a tsena le apela kileng a tsena goroga jalo gongwe re buisane le bone mo sebakeng sa gompieno re na le jalo tona le re wa tona wa pele molebatsi e le gone gore mo sebakeng sa gompieno re gute re molebatsi le ikutetse go le gontsi gone gore mo the 13th parliament the state of the nation address in e buega jang the direction of it ga ke tsore gongwe in your opinion le ka buaeng le lebeletse gone gore no tota le na le sabe se golo mo the 12th parliament.
Emma ke tswa go the 12th parliament ne ke le motsa tona go le phateng la temothuo ke ne ke le mo khuruthamageng ya ga Tautona Masisi hitile me nka se buang ke gore nna ke itumetse ke a se itumella because ke bona gona le tswelediso pele ya tse dintsi tse re ne re di dira le moono wa gore re lebe mehama ya temothuo moono wa gore lebe mohama bodiragatsi mono wa gore re manufacturing re ire dithoto le ditirelo ke tsene re di bua ke tsene le gore tota gore go Botswana gore a eteng gore ne e tshulelo e go godimo re thoka gore le bone mehama yone mme Tautona Advocate Duma Boko ga tsamaela khakala le senentse tota re sa akanya re se dira mme so se tswantse gore se lebogelo hela thata o bua ka go tsweledisa ga go thusa temothuo se go lo balemi ba potana ka go ba thusa ka di incentives ya kana bua ka di subsidies kana ke one bo temo le toto le bo thuo le toto le bo majai khoros mme o bua ka gore o bata gore re seka seka mananeo one go siana mananeo a batora seka sekwa banka ngwe ha le gore a thela teng kana ha ile gore ga tswele Batswana mosola re tswa mo gone mme ha la siame a bankangwe ga bua ka la merogo ne ke tshogile ke re gongwe Tauta gongwe le la importation la go emisa merogo e tswang konte mme ga bua Batswana ntse ba tshogile balemi ba ntse ba tshogile ka gone gore a ba Tauta go tenya merogo ya nong e ka tsena e tswa go South Africa mme ga go a buiwa go ra gore leo la tswella leo mme all in all se gongwe se sešwa se re se utlwileng ke gore go ta letelelwa temo ya hemp medicinal cannabis ta letelelwa mme ke kgato e leng gore e siame ha re amogeleng a re lebele gore re ka re tswela mosola o na bua dipalopalo santse re ta bona ga ke tsura ke go le hatselehele le gore e tsholo ile go godimo ka gone gongwe ke gone mo go ka re thusa jaanong ra amogela
ra leboga re mo lebatsi
ke a lebogam
ene le tona wa pele wa temothuo mothusa tona wa pele wa temothuo re mo lebatsi le ene a bua gone gore tota maikutlo a gagwe ka tsele gore ne di buega se go le bogolo mo mohameng wa ile gore na direla mo gone nako a santse a na le mo parlamenteng ene e sa tswa go tswa ya bolesome le bobedi mo nakong ya gompeno a re bue jalo le yo re bue jalo ka le ba ile gore gongwe le bone ba ka re ha buitsanape jwa bone mo mererong ya tsa bobega dikgang re beletse gone gore ba sebakeng sa gompeno ba ka bua go le kae ka se leng gore se buile mo State of the Nation address re Ramodibi ka go amogela mo sebakeng sa gompeno maybe just to get your sense worth of maybe one or two critical issues that really spoke to your heart as a veteran journalist and what really spoke to you more the State of the Nation address.
Se ke se ratleng thata gore Tautona Boko a re 100 days wa gagwe wa tshimologo o tla tshwana le 100 days wa bohelo so go dira gore motho a nne le tshologela a nna a lebeletse gore 100 days ka re tse re itse gore o tla ba bua to the manifesto ya go ela jang so go disa tshologelo mo goreng di-promise tse di teng mo manifestong re tle re bone gore jaanong o tla di wedisa yang ke ratile gape le gore ga go bolo go nna le debate e telele thata mo Botswana ya gore go na le selo gate hempe bangwe ba re ke motokwane hela o tata o tisa boigagapi ene o santsa o bua sentenyane le gore o tisa manyebe a madi mo lehatsheng ebile go santse go soletse madi ela a hetang 400 billion US dollars ka dingwaga tse di kopeletsele tse di tiswang ke hempe go supa re le rona ga re ka ipankanya sentenyane go tata se sengwe se ke se ratileng thata gore Botswana go letsatsi ya ka gona gampieno bona la ra apere dibakiane rasha mme ene o bua ka gore go tana renewable energy e tla tlhokomela thata re hethe motlakase re hokotse go ra go hokotsa economy ya rona go dependa thata mo ditemaneng gore jaanong e boele thata ka go tse dingwe gore ga ditemane di hela ka gore they are not forever be rena la re itshegeditseng teng o bua gape ka gore o tla tlhokomela ka hata ditiro tsa banana di tla hetiwa yang go thata go tsa metshameko tsa kgeleke yana le botaki jana jana ke tsone di tse dingwe tse nka di buang gore di nkgathile santse ke tabala speech se sentenyane ke se iketile gore ke te ke kgona go bua ka sone.
Thank you very much for your time. One of the veteran journalists by the media space lene a ha maikutlo a gagwe te bang le se le gore le se biwa ke Duma Boko ha mo se le gore na se bua mo the State of the Nation address no go ke kgabaganyetse ka go gone go wena one le wena ka kong o re bolelle ha se le gore o re se tsholetse
tla ke go amogela le nna tshedika kwano re santse le gone hano hantle ga di ka go tsa parlamente mme jaaka batlotlegi ba tswa ba thologa go tswa mo ntlong ya parlamente re ntse re le ka go tshwaragana le bone go utlwa gore bone ba amogetse molaetsao wa tekodiso ya botsogo ja setšhaba jang ke na hano le tona wa lephata le lesha go tlhongwa ebile a le mosha go tlhongwa mo parlamente a le mosha go tlhongwa tona gape mme ebile gape a le mosha ene ke hano le tona wa banana le bong me le sego chombo tla ke tsena go emele se go chombo ke utlwa maikutlo a gago mo nakong e kana kwa gore re mo letsatsing la men's day dingwe tsa ditiro tsa go ke gender re a re lebile alo 16 days of activism against gender-based violence go ha tiro ya gago intsi
ke a leboga tota today is a great day. To the SONA, I marched with so many men as we commemorated International Men's Day under the theme Promoting Mental Health for Positive Masculinity, where we want to redefine what people see men as, because these perceptions and stereotypes have really placed a burden on our men. Maybe let's also talk about to note gender. We want to promote women, which is a very beautiful thing to thrive towards equality and equity. We don't leave men behind, and today is a special day where we celebrate all the beautiful things that men have done, and most importantly, as you mentioned, the days the activism against gender-based violence are coming up. Botswana has some of the highest rates of gender-based violence, and we would like to note what from every aspect, from society, from parliament, legally speaking, and so on and so forth. So I'm very thrilled that a lot of Botswana are really in tune with the topic, they're in tune with our reality. Are cognizant of this evil gender-based violence. Okay,
we'll catch up with you as you get into the work that is before you in your portfolio. Have you had time to get a briefing, get the state of the ministry this far?
It's been very thrilling, and I look forward to catching up more. But one thing that we know for certain is that we want to build all-rounded young people. I've been mentioning lately that youth empowerment, entrepreneurship, economic empowerment only, but we want to build an all-rounded, successful, mentally healthy, emotionally stable, financially capable and literate young person, an all-rounded youth.
Thank you very much, Honorable, and all the luck.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Lesego Choma Montagaetso Tshidi ke ne ke tshwaragane ya lene tona wa tsa banana le bong Honorable Lesego Choma me a bua le gore gona mme mana go nyere le mo go yone ya ka hara mogala tekodiso ya botsogo ba setšhaba ke nako e leng gore ene ya gagwe tiro mme semeletse jaaka moso wa gompieno na tlhalosa gore o na le mo mogwantong o wa International Men's Day mme tla mo bekeng e tlang bo go simolalo malatsi a leng gore a obamelwa ke lehatshe ka bophara e le malatsi a kgatlhanong le khokgontsho ya bong tla ka bala ka go wena Tshidi ka go swereng
one ke a go leboga mo nakong ya gompieno re na le jalo mothusa tona re Lawrence Okeditse mo sebakeng sa gompieno re buelene tona congratulations once again mo maemong a ileng gore wa tshotse mo sebakeng sa gompieno you're working more a ministry ileng gore go buegile go le gontsi mo the State of the Nation address we're looking at a robust health system we're looking at the changes of modernization tse ileng gore di sologetswe go ya ka se tona Advocate Duma Boko with specific reference to your ministry. What are your biggest expectations looking at the roadmap?
I think for Botswana, back expectations and all those, but as for us in the ministry and our colleagues, where we have a challenge, we have a lot of work to do. Me ke tiro e leng gore re ikemiseditse ke tiro e leng gore ga ke a re palela ke tiro e leng gore re ikanne gore ra go e dira so se leng teng ke gore ke jaaka taotona na go tse elenaneo le mmepa go ra kae kgang ya botlhokwa mo go rona ke gore batho mo Botswana segolobogolo batho ba e leng gore ba go dikhutshwane ba tshwanetse ba kgone gore ba ka kgona go akisa botsogo bo bo rileng ka gore mathata ntseng a le teng ntse e le gore ga motho a sena madi ga a kgone gore o ka kgona go bona tlamelo tse di rileng tsa botsogo ka gore ga o tsena go sepateleng sa goromente ga ngwe ga ta gona dipilisi ga gona ngaka ga gona mo mme se rang go se dira jaaka taotona a buile ga re tsenya yone health insurance re buang ka yone jalo se se buegang ke gore go tabo go raya gore jaanong Motswana mongwe le mongwe o na le madi o sena le madi ga o itlhela e le gore go dipateleng tsa goromente a gona se go se batlang o tsaya karatanyana ya gago ya medical aid ya ka mongwe le mongwe o bo ya ko e leng gore bongaka bo teng o bo kgona go bona thuso mme se se botlhokwa gape ke gore ga re te go dira gore re dige ditlamelo tsa botsogo tsa puso le tsone ra go di tsholetsa ke jaaka na supa gore ra go lebella infrastructure ya teng re be re leka go i-developa re be re lebella le gone gore re dire gore go nne le di-digital records e tere ga motho a le ko mosetse a nna ko mosetse a baya gaborone a togetse dikarata le tse dingwe ga a tsena ko ngakeng ba tsena ga mo computereng ba bona gore mme ke Lawrence Okeditse ke motho e le gore le history ya mohutao ya bolwetse ba kgona go mo treata hala jalo e be le gore mo go nantse go twe ga ngwana a tshola a gona karata go se patela e ne dio tsa maabane jaanong tota hela we are very excited about this at the end of it our dream toro ya rona ke go bona e le gore go na le adequate access to quality health care ke gore a mongwe le mongwe a nne le gone gore o ka kgona go bona botsogo bo bo rileng ke gone mo e leng gore a go itumelela and mme gore go direge go a go tsaya nakonyana ebile go a go tsaya tiro e ntsi go a go tlhoka gore ba rotlhe re bereke go sena opo gore nna kana ga ke tona wa botsogo ga ke mothusa tona ga ke dire ko botsogo mongwe le mongwe tshwanetse a bereka itse gore mo pelong ya gagwe o tsentse gore ke direla ga sela gaetso ga re ka diralo re ta kgona nna ke na le tumelo e tona ya gore ra go itlhella maitlamo le maikaelelo a rona
tona ke a go leboga
ke a leboga thank you
ene ile jalo mothusa tona mo lebateng la botsogo re Lawrence Okeditse a bua ka segolobogolo dintha tse e leng gore di ama letswelelo pele e leng gore matona kgotsa palamente ya gompieno ipeile pele gone mo the State of the Nation address e leng gore e ne e bua ke ene taotona Advocate Duma Boko a nangkola ka botalo dikgang tsa digitization infrastructural development e leng gore di a buega yone the health insurance scheme e leng gore Batswana ke dumela jalo gore ba sologetse go le gontsi tebang le botsogo jo bo lolameng jo e leng gore ba bo sologetse mo nakong ya gompieno one ke go he sebaka
ke go leboga Tshidi tla ke go leboga tshedi ka kwano ke kgonna go tshwaragana yalo le mo parlamente wa ga Malete re Boniface Mapeo re mme bile tota ebile ene ele mueledi wa semmuso wa party ya Botswana Congress Party mo parlamenteng re tsotla ke tsena ko e ke go amogela ke re ha ke go amogela yana ke simolle ka gore le ka ha le tlhakoreng le ka ha la parlamente across the aisle la amogetse yang State of the Nation address.
Nyama re se utlwile State of the Nation address. Re se utlwile tautona o buile le ka matshwenyego kana sa se fitlhetseng a ba bua le bunyenyane ka tsela e yang go pele gore re tla tsamaya tsela e ntseng jang. Gona re utlwile ke State of the Nation sa ntlha tota ga ele sa ntlha yana ga onko gongwe o nne kana o solofele mo go tona thata kana gongwe o criticize thata. Gone mme go na le dilo tse pedi tse tharo tse re di lemogileng tse ne re ipotsa gore mme tsone ne re elitse gore ka benne di supegile mo State of the Nation address.
E bong
jaaka ke for example UDC ina le maitlamo a one a ne dirile itse ipapatsa ka one, for instance bo 1.8 pension jalo tanda ba letla 1.8 jalo gone la ga di sa tswa di utlwalega kana di bonala di le kalokalo ne le dingwe tse ne re leditse gore gongwe re ka utlwa tautona tswela bua ka tsona gore tsela pedi re tsa efe a re gorogile a go tla direga jalo ya ka ke bile tota ke State of the Nation sa ntlha yano tla se ke re ne re mosonye thata ka gore re tla mfashang se gone mme like another thing se ne re leditse gore ka ba re se utlwile mo teng constitutional review ra itse gore molao motheo wa Botswana o tshwanetse gore o ntshwafadiwe o tshwanetse gore o baakangwe re utlwila bua ka one mme yanong dilo tsa di-time frame di botlhokwa thata gore re itse gore dilo tse ra go dira mo nakong e kae ya ka go gopola maloba fa le ne re ngwangwe re le di-party re bua ka Botswana Democratic Party BDP ne re busa gore gantsi ba bua dilo mme ba sa bue gore ba go di dira mo nakong e kae di-target di-time frame gore mme ra go tshebelo tse ka gore go bua ke go bua fela ga go sena di-target le di-time frame gone go a warisa ke dingwe tsa dilo tse re di boneng dingwe se ne re elitse gore ka se utlwa segolobogolo electoral reform ka gore re tle re sa le re ntse re ngongorega ka tsamaiso e ya ditlhopho tsamaiso ya yotlhe ya ditlhopho fela ke gore ne re elitse gore gongwe re ka ba re utlwila bua ka sengwenyana mme ya ka ke bua tota ke State of the Nation sa ntlha chance
go santse go le gale ra mme sengwe se gongwe State of the Nation e harologaneng le tse dingwe ya ka re tlwaetse ka ditso ke gore go tswa go November 2023 go tla mo go November 2024 tautona ga ya go gongwe tshologelo ke eng gore re utlwa gore a ke re Batswana mo nakong e re emetse go utlwa gore mme gona a mme madi a teng e le nngwe ya dio tse Batswana ba di botsang gore gongwe ga re a tsena mo goreng go ntse go iragalang in the past 12 months mo pegong le go amogetse jang kana le sologetse gore go tla nna jang
gone o tautona o buile le ga buile go le go nyenyane gone ga a tsenela thata mo go bueng gore re tswa ko kae ke tsa gore rotlhe ra itse gore go na le mathata ra itse gore Botswana ntse sa tsamaye sentle itsholelo kana dilo tsa ke re dira affecta le mo malapeng ke tsa gore o itse re fela yalo ga ke tlhaloganye kana ke itse gore gongwe ke na sa remella mo go yone thata go tlhalosa go re tswang teng mo jareng e re tswang mo go a karetsaela gore lefatshe gone mme ga la tsoga a bua ya le gore re tshwanela gore re senkeditsela tse dišwa gore ra tlhabolole lefatshe le ka kwano re tla nna re ntse re lebile re tla nna re ntse re botsa ka labone ke tsa gore tautona wa me Dumelang sa Leshando wa Botswana Congress Party o tla ba a fapego a gagwe kana a responda ke tsa gore le ko re tla tsenya dipotso tse re tebe re ntse re di botsa le rona re supetsela gore mme gone re bona gore Botswana re tshwanetse gore re mo tsaye re mo ise kae ka gore tota re tshwanetse gore re mo tshwaraganne ra itse ba rotlhe
go ntse jalo gore mo letsatsing la gompieno re bone kana ke ditso tota ke la ntlha party e neng e busa e ntsha tota marapo a tswa mo go yona a ya mo go esele mme re bone go tshologile babuisi ba pele kana baetedi pele ba pele matona a pele tautona wa pele o sa tswang go tswa gompieno lona ha re bua ka gore gompieno go hetoga go tswa mo go party lengwe hela go rebele ha tshela mo party yengwe ke aka ha puso ya rona batho e gola the maturity of our democracy le tshwaela yang ka go mme bile re bua ka se re se boneng se iragala gompieno mo parlamenteng
maeso re Batswana re batho ba kagiso re batho ba ntogolo ke a molomo re batho ba therisanyo morero re batho ba re seng tota re batho ba ba oleng dibete go ntle go bona go ntse yana ka gore ke lefatshe la rona lefatshe le ke la rona ba rotlhe Tautona o buisang gampieko gongwe tsatsi le lengwe o tla ba tshile e le Tautona dumelang a le mo stilong go tla bogolo matshwanedi ke ka forenseng ka teng ke ka for tshwanetse go nna ka teng tota re Batswana botlhe Botswana o kwa rona rotlhe go a kgatlha ebile go ntle ke tsaya gore le mafatshe a ba pele le rona ba ithuta gore dilo tse tsa go amogana kana go fetola puso ga se dilo tse e le gore tshwanetse gore di tsise ke tsaetsego e ntseng jalo gape go lo mo go tsisa confidence le mo Batswaneng gore ka moso e re ba tlhopha ba itse gore la ba ka fetola goromente ba tlabe ga go ke ga senyega sepe re Batswana re batho ba ntwa ga re batho ba dilo tse di maswe
ke go lebogela Ramabeo right ke ne ke buisana yalo le re bone fas bashi Mabeo ene le mo parlamente wa kgaolo ya ga Malete me mo parlamenteng jana e le sebueledi kana spokesperson wa party ya Botswana Congress Party ena tswela jalo le ntwa sa tsema hoko a ga leader of opposition jaka ha go solhetso gore re kala bone leader of opposition re Dumela Saleshando e be le gore yanong wa tsiboga a tsibogela pegoye ya botsogo ba setšhaba e re tsatsang go ya mogela mo eno city ga ke tsore ka ko o tshwereng okay tshedi go ngwana sa tshwara ope mo nakong ye mme ga re no se rena gape le wa mekgasodi a le ka ko ditanteng tse neng setšhaba se sa kgona go tsena mo teng ga dikago tsa parlamente di tsa tiro e ka tlhamallo go tswa teng wa me ka ko o bonang ka ko o tshwereng okay tshedi go ngwana sa tshwara ope mo nakong ye le wa mekgasodi kana go tsena mo teng ga dikago tsa parlamente di tsa tiro e ka tlhamallo
ke a go leboga one mme hela manako ya gompieno ka tlhalosa jalo gore mo molaetseng wa gagwe Tautona o tlhalositse gore puso e itlama go baya matsholo a Batswana kwa pele go a tlhabolola e dira jalo ka go tlhabolola mehama e harologanyeng go tokagatsa matsholo a Batswana ka kakaretso go akarediwa a banana mme manako ya gompieno ke na le mongwe go tswa ko mokgatlhong mongwe wa bana mme manako ya gompieno nka tlhalosa hela yalo gore ke na le mongwe wa banana ka kwano o tla re tlhalosang tota gore mo moletsong wa ga Tautona bone ba ka tswa ba itshebetseng ra go leboga re ke a betso sa nao ka tlhosa le gore na le ba mokgatlho a banana le ratile
Emma Kibitwa Kebeto Alex Sanao from Botswana Youth Ahead Organization. This is an alliance for the young people.
Go buisana le go dumedisa bao ba tshologetseng ka kwano go tsa go lebelela le go utlwa pego ya gago hela ka le bona go ntse alo ke boitumelo jo bogolo Batswana ba itumetse yalo go kopana le Tautona wa bone mo pusong ye ntšha ke bona gape Speaker of the National Assembly Ready Thapelo ke o rapetse a patile Tautona yalo mme go boitumelo batho ba dumedisa jalo Tautona gongwe re ka lebelela jalo gore go diragala mo setshwantshong tota hela jaaka na tlhalositse mo pegong ya gagwe gore o batla go bereka le Batswana o batla go rena kagiso o batla go nne le tshwaragano gore batle ka tshwaragano ya bone ba kgone go isa lefatshe leno kwa katlegong Tautona o tsene jalo mo tenteng yone e leng gore setšhaba se ne se tshologetse ka kwano go tla go lebelela pego ya gagwe le go mo utlwa sentle ba le ka kwano go tla nehela yalo Ka bona jalo batho ba letsa megolokwane tota ba supa boitumelo mme seo se ruta lo gore tota ba itumeletse molaetso wa ga Tautona. Molaetso wa ga Tautona o buile le tseneng ba solohetse tota gore ba tla di utlwa mo go one. Molaetso wa ga Tautona o na le tsholofelo e ntsi mo matshelong a bone. Ke ne ke tlhalositse a lo tota gore ke na le mongwe wa banana tota go sa go mokgatlhong wa banana o dilang le youth empowerment mo go tsa mo dintlheng di le dintsi tota di akaretsa thuto di akaretsa temothuo ke na le re ke abetso sana gone ga gore tlhalosetsa gore bone e le mokgatlho o wa banana molaetso wa ga Tautona o ba tsholetseng ba itumeletseng ka one ebile ba solohela eng go ya pele.
Emma ke itumetse thata re itumetse thata as the Botswana Youth Ahead organization after receiving this message from the President of the Republic of Botswana. Emma re utlwile mafoko a ga Tautona a mantle thata a ileng gore o re tsholetse go le go ntsi re le banana ba lehatshe la Botswana, and that is really a good thing mo matshelong a rona le banana jaaka go empower banana mo dilong tsa go ba batlela ditiro mo dithutong go ba rutuntsha mo go tsa temothuo le tse dingwe di grant tsa buileng ka tsone gore banana ba ta neelwa di grant jalo ka tlase ga puso ena ye ntšha mme jalo re itumetse hela thata ka sone se leng gore Tautona o re se tshepiseditse. So as the Botswana Youth Ahead organization, we believe that the youth are the change that we seek as a nation. Therefore, empowering the young people of Botswana is an investment that will pay off mo dingwageng tse le go di alatela jalo. We are an alliance of young catalysts for change, ready to usher in a new era of progress and prosperity in our nation. So as the young people, we are very happy, and le Batswana ko ga ke tsa gore ba itumetse hela thata ba itumele tsone mafoko a mantle ana a ga Tautona.
Tautona o na a rotloetsa thata gore go nne le tshwaragano, go nne le botho, go nne le kagiso, go berekwe mmogo, puso e berekele batho go isa lefatshe leno kwa pele. Lona le banana le ka thusa jang gore Tautona a fitlhelele sa se eletsa?
That's a very good question. Se se botlhokwa ke gore we as the young people, we are the change that we seek. Therefore, we need to stand up from everywhere we are. We need to stand up and work with our government so that we contribute to the progress of our nation. Therefore, the opportunities tse di teng a re sa swabise Tautona a re di dirise tse leng gore o re tlela ka tsone, so that at the end of the day le rona re bo re emeritse tsepetse ka di values tsa rona botho botlhaga botswerere le bonatla bonako jalo as we progress into this new era.
Youth unemployment rate stands at 38.7% mo Botswana. Mme ha ntse re reditse molaetso ga Tautona na bua jalo gore ba ikaelela go ngoka babeeletsi mo lehatsheng leno go tla go tlhoma madirelo jalo le dikgwebo. Lona seo sa go lutisa jang le banana?
Emma, that's a very good thing to attract foreign investors gore ba temo lehatsheng la Botswana. This will help us through employment ba thusa banana ka go ba equipa ka di skills. As we know, the business tse le di international tse le go di mo Botswana, they have what we call social responsibility to the community, whereby ba offer di scholarship, whereby ba offer the training sessions jalo tse leng gore di thusa banana. So le bone jalo go tsisa babeeletsi from other countries gore ba tle kwano go tle go thusa lehatshe la rona hela thata, go tle go thusa banana gore ba heletse ba dirile se leng gore re batla ba se dira as a nation.
Me jalo manakong yone ke tlabe ke buisana le monana o mongwe tota le ene o leng gore o tla re tlhalosetsa le gore ene le ene molaetso ona o no mo tsholetseng.
Dumelang ba gaetsho, maina a me ke Palo le Kabe Junior. Ke moithuti wa tsa melao mme gape ke eteletse pele baithuti mo Botswana Tertiary SRC Union ke le chairperson ya yone. Tota re supa maitumelo a magolo mo molaetseng wa ga tautona mme ebile re sologetse go le gontsi ha re ka gakologelwa manifesto wa UDC o ne o supa dilo tse dintsi o supa gone gore bathuti ba e leng gore re berekisana thata le bone ba ta okeletswa from 1.9 and 1.5 to 2.5 so re sologetse go le gontsi thata mme le dilo tse dintsi tse e leng gore tautona o buile ka tsone tse e leng gore ke tsa Batswana ka kakaretso re sologetse thata mo go tsone
ra lebogarra ke tlabe yaanong ke busetsa jalo ka go America ka nna jalo o tla tlhalosanyalo le ene gore ka go bona ba tshwereng.
di ka gontsha parlamente motswana ga iso hano tiro tota motho ka re wetse me ka re simolotse ka tsela e lolameng re batla go itegela ka tsela ntseng jalo re simolotse yana re na le ba itsana pe mo mererong e ya tsa ditso tsa ditlhabolone ke na le re ka bo moseki ka kwa ntla ke go laele re moseki ke tsana ke go laele ke re ha re soboka tota gore state of the nation it's amaile kana ke a boleng jo bohe mo dinakong tse tsa diphetogo tshwaelo ya gago wena le ka boitsana pe ja gago.
I'd give this state of the nation an A+. It's talked to about just about everything that this country needs to overcome its challenges. It has talked to issues of economic diversification. It has talked to issues of infrastructure. It has talked to issues of social services or social development. It has talked to youth development issues. It has talked to inequalities. It has talked to the private sector. It has talked to the business environment. It has talked to agriculture. It has talked to transport. It has talked to accountability, the strengthening of institutions. So it's, for me, a remarkable state of the nation address. And indeed, I'm seeing the journey towards the that transformative journey. Now, because the policy priorities have been laid out by the president, I think now we are looking forward to the implementation. Sometimes the devil is in the details. So the president has given the wish list, or he has given what he wishes to do. Now it's for different government entities, the ministry, the department, the company to go and operationalize this. And before they actually get there, remit the Minister of Finance, who's actually also the Vice President, to give allocations, a budget to the policy priorities. So that is what is coming up next.
Let me thank you. I think implementation, as has always been an issue for Botswana. This State of the Nation speaks of public sector reform, and we're looking for that to be, the efficacy of that to be able to establish these very ambitious, but very promising.
Very ambitious. I think it's important that we be this ambitious. Sometimes when you should aim for the moon and for the stars or something like that, and if you don't hit the stars, you hit something else, which I think
aim
that
for
is
the
what
sky,
we should do.
And maybe if you miss your land by the stars.
That's it. So ambition is key. Thank you so much.
Ha ke lebogelo re moseki motho ga gaetso ke be ke tsamela go soboka tiro e re tletseng ka kwano e leng mahoko a ga tautona Advocate Duma Boko mo nakong ya parlamente ya bolesome le boraro e simologa ke ne ke laela jalo mo itsanape wa ditso o tsa ditlhabololo re ka bo moseke mme moitseanape o mongwe gape le moitseanape tota mogatisi wa ditso ne re na le ene ke re Serefete ra matlhape Serefete tla ke tsena kwe le wena gongwe ke utlwa gore o tshwaela o reng ka ke o pego e begilwe tota mme ebile sa gatella mo go re tswang teng mo dikgweding tse di lesome le bobedi tse tsa high sale sa bohelo State of the Nation re sena ba ke tautona wa pele re basisi mme se gateletse mo go lebelleng pele tla ke utla tshwaelo ya gago
emma tla ke go leboga dintlha di pedi go a ka nna ya ntlha ke gona gore kana State of the Nation address ga se an audit of what happened in the past hell it is also charting a way forward, setting the tone gore go tsamaya go pele re batla go ira ya bobedi be nna kgang ya gore economic reform or transformation ele nosi esena social and economic advancements of the needs of the people. It's a futile exercise.
Yeah.
So if you look at it really, it's a government which I would want to believe it's human rights centric. The plight of the poor, the plight of the ordinary Motswana, occupies central stage. We look at productivity because I'm an educationist. My interest is in education.
Right.
Enhancing access and also improving quality.
Right.
So you are looking at reforms, in the teaching fraternity.
Right.
We are dealing with a monster we call outcome-based education and assessment.
Yeah.
So what's going to become of it as we move forward?
The tone is also sobering or comforting in that it is not a tone that is sounding radicalist, if I could say that, in that as much as it's transformation, it's change time, there are some things that are going to remain consistent. The President spoke about rather continuity in some areas, maize in agenda of this country. Look at the review of the agricultural programs that had been started by the previous administration. Let's talk about that. Is that the balanced tone that is not a total upheaval?
Well, it's pragmatic in that,
right.
Right? In the past, we are going to actually keep it. In as far as my understanding of the SONA was is concerned.
Right. Let me thank you so much, Rasarafete.
The pleasure is all mine.
Thank you for your time.
Rasarafete,
their historian, speaking to his take of the just delivered State of the Nation address. And just to recap on the words of His Excellency President Boko, the commitment that he just made this afternoon, that he's committed to leading this nation to a brighter future. But that brings us draws us to the close of our time here, bringing to you the State of the Nation address of 2024 of the 13th Parliament city. As we wrap it up, one of the things or some of their commitments that the UDC pronounced leading into election 2024, meritocracy, innovation and accountability. And I think it's fair to say we hear that in the tone of the State of the Nation address.
That One rightfully said, we see it as well. I mean, he mentioned the next 100 days. I think also what stood out is, he mentioned in his acceptance speech, the president, that he leads a government, or he would lead a government that is human rights oriented.
Yeah.
And we saw that also coming out in his State of the Nation address. He talked about the re pitsing yes, thank you. Yes, who obviously who died in 2021, and I think there was a lot of conversation since 2021 with regards to where he will be buried and the CKGR issues, and just I believe that even for his own family, a sense of closure will come about the dignity. I think it really does speak volumes in terms of this human rights approach that the nation is actually moving in. I think that's really big on it.
This was an electrifying afternoon, if you were judging by the the mood around the House, the mood around the National Assembly. And I think it is going to be an electrifying 100 days to look forward to.
And he did mention that this is where it begins. You know, it's going to gain momentum. He mentioned that each day will have a level of seriousness. So I do believe we will be obviously updating even the nation as well in terms of, you know, every day leading up to the next 100 days on it.
And that is our democracy at work, the democracy of the Republic of Botswana, the sovereign Republic of Botswana at work, as we witnessed this afternoon in the House to receive the first State of the Nation address of the 13th Parliament. We witnessed there former President Mokgweetsi Masisi, former Vice President Slamba Tsogoane, former cabinet ministers, former MPs of the Botswana Democratic Party in the House, and the camaraderie in the House.
Yes. I think, you know, overall, it really does speak to patriotism at the core of it. You know, whether, you know, you are a former leader, a former administrator, now you still believe in, you know, you wear the badge of being a Motswana proudly and loudly indeed. And I think also on even the level of attendance as well, you know, Botswana who came in numbers, obviously to hear, you know, what the president had to say with regards to, you know, the next 5 years, really a defining moment indeed. And we are part of this history as a nation, as a people, and obviously as a profession as well, of course, bringing all of that to Botswana across the country.
And this is where I suppose we put a wrap on it.
Yep.
Job well done.
Job well done. It was amazing working with you.
Well,
on it.
This is where we were bringing you the coverage of the first meeting of the first session of the 13th Parliament, starting off with the State of the Nation address. And so to remind you of the words of His Excellency President Advocate Duma Boko, we are getting into uncharted territory. His words were a path unseen and, of course, never traveled. And this we are traveling together as the nation of Botswana. Pula bagaetsho.
Wetso tiro ke ka wetse go parlamenteng ko eleng gore teng ke stena ke retse sengwe le sengwe hale. I will tell you le Motswana kae ka pa ka go leng teng. This is a kairos moment. Anything can go anyhow in the most beautiful moments of your life. Ha ke retse sene se bua hale ka bokhutswane hela ke tla nankola tse dinyenyane. Ya ntlha ke the issue of legalization of hemp for industrial purposes. Ya bobedi ke the elimination of red tape se leng gore Motswana mongwe le mongwe kwa leng teng o nna la ka tsone. A lot of our investors who come into the country end up de-investing their interests because of the red tapes that they find the city councilling, and I think this should go to city councils, town councils, and district councils to wake up and play the tune of rolling out the red carpet, not the red tape. When it goes into economic diversification, it goes without saying. We've been relying on diamonds for a very long time. We've got young people with brilliant minds out there. We have to diversify our economy in any way possible. And I picked up one of the most interesting things. Cleaning up, you know, chores have got a very wonderful way of turning your mind around. Volunteering to go and clean Mosele, to go and clean Tsela, to go and do something that helps and molds you as a person. And one of the things, the review of Mananeo. They are going to be reviewed to find purpose, relevance, and timeliness. And this goes along modernization of agriculture. However, we have to modernize agriculture. Do they match with the policies that are there? One of the things that are coming into play is incentives for investors. Now, for the first time in a very long time, we learned or heard something different. Incentivizing investors. And it's not investors who are only coming from outside. What interests me the most is we are looking inward and outward. If you are an investor in Botswana, you also are considered for incentives that are going to come out of government, incentives in the agriculture sector, and obviously for the youth. One of the things that is also coming in, we've been crying about this, and it goes without saying, Harena Maroko, Harena Matlo, Island Horekarona, yet we are in our own country. And it's interesting to hear that there will be PPP or public-private partnerships set together to try and see what America developer housing. This includes finding sites, finding investors, and finding partners for government to develop housing for everyone out there. Equal housing brings you your dignity, and then one of the things that will be mentioned there is obviously life insurance. That goes to dignity. O Motswana ka goreng is our Motswana because you can't get a job, or wala mo strateng o bola ke tala bana ba ka lehi kana o Motswana because ona le ko Botswana wa gago a leng teng, which is your house and your home. So that is very interesting. Another one that we have to take to heart in consideration and grateful to is the burial that is going to happen on the 10th of December 2024 ko CKGR. On Human Rights Day, Repitseng Berekwe will officially be buried after 2 years of being held in a mortuary. He's finally, in respect of his human rights and the human rights of the people of the CKGR, this says a lot to what Botswana is going to become. Yes, it's called the Second Republic because you are now considered part of the Republic. Wherever you are, Botswana, now take action, bring your voice out. They are going to put together, and this is a beautiful thing, put together platforms for Botswana to go and voice out your interests, your ideas, and your grievances, virtually and physically. Come on. This is the Botswana we missed for a very, very long time. We've lost 10 or so years or 15 years or so of our country, and we are all grateful. This, like I said, it's a Kairos moment, not a coincidence. It's a Kairos moment. Everything as a Motswana that you've been looking for can happen and can happen now. Sorry for ranting. Let's cross over and look at the eye on SADC.
Coming up in this edition of Eye on SADC, Dr. Naveen Ramgoolam takes oath as Prime Minister of Mauritius. Furthermore, Tanzania's president confirms the death of people who died in a building that collapsed in Dar es Salaam. And Botswana's president pledges to support the needs of the region's children. Greetings to you and yours, and welcome to Eye on SADC with me, Nishisha Mfungo. It's always a pleasure, always a delight being in your company. Now, Dr. Naveen Ramgoolam took oath as Prime Minister of the Republic of Mauritius at State House. All the leaders of the Alliance for Change Party attended this solemn ceremony, as well as other personalities from the business community and the diplomatic corps.
At the State House in Rejui on Wednesday, November 13, 2024, the swearing-in ceremony of Dr. Naveen Ramgoolam as Prime Minister of the Republic of Mauritius took place. This followed the victory of the Alliance du Changement in the legislative elections held last Sunday. Dr. Naveen Ramgoolam arrived at 3:55 p.m., accompanied by his wife, Veena Ramgoolam, followed by the President of the Republic, Prithviraj Singh Rupan. The official proceedings began with the national anthem. The ceremony then proceeded with the swearing-in of Dr. Naveen Ramgoolam as head of the Mauritian government in accordance with sections 59(1) and 3 of the Constitution.
I, Dr. Navin Chandra Ramgulam, GCS KFRCP, do solemnly affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Mauritius according to law. I, Dr. Navin Chandra Ramgulam, GCS KFRCP, being appointed Prime Minister, do solemnly affirm that I will, to the best of my judgment, at all times when so required, freely give my counsel and advice to the President or any other person for the time being lawfully performing the functions of that office for the good management of the public affairs of Mauritius. And I do further solemnly affirm that I will not on any account, at any time whatsoever, disclose the counsel, advice, opinion, or vote of any particular minister, and that I will not, except with the authority of the Cabinet, and to such extent as may be required for the good management of the affairs of Mauritius, directly or indirectly reveal the business or proceedings of the Prime Minister or any other matter coming to my knowledge in my capacity as such, and that in all things I will be a true and faithful Prime Minister.
Other leaders from the Alliance du Changement were present, including Paul Béranger, leader of the MMM, Richard Duval of the Nouveau Démocrate, and Ashok Subron of Résistance et Alternative. The newly elected members also participated in the ceremony, as well as senior civil servants, several business leaders, and members of the diplomatic corps. The ceremony concluded with the traditional family photos. This is the fourth time in his political career that Dr. Navin Ramgulam has taken the oath of office as Prime Minister of Mauritius.
And news from Tanzania that the president of that country, Samia Suluhu Hassan, has confirmed that 13 people have died and 84 have been rescued from a building that collapsed on Saturday morning in Carioco International Market Area in Dar es Salaam. Speaking in Brazil, where she is participating in the G20 Heads of State meeting, President Hassan has said that among those 26 people are undergoing treatment.
The rescue exercise has entered its third day for the Defense and Security Forces in collaboration with the citizens to continue rescuing people trapped in the collapsed building at the Kariako market area. The Regional Commissioner of Dar es Salaam, Albert Chalamila, has said that rescue efforts are ongoing, and he has called on the public to get accurate information from the relevant authorities. Until now, the source of the collapse of the building has not yet been made clear, and President Samia has ordered an investigation into the source. The international Kariako market is the center of the economy of Tanzania and the countries of Eastern and Southern Africa that depend on products from that market.
Botswana's President, Advocate Duma Boko, together with other SADC leaders, have pledged to support the needs of the region's children to help them shape a better future. This comes after some children representatives at the region's World Children's Day in Zimbabwe called on government to expedite reforms in education to produce a 21st century learner who is able to conquer today's challenges.
President Advocate Boko touched down in Victoria Falls, Zimbabwe for his first assignment outside the borders of Botswana for a passionate gathering of children within the SADC region who are pioneering their own future. 14 children from the northeastern part of Botswana joined others from Zimbabwe, Zambia, Malawi, South Africa, Mozambique, and Namibia for an event localized within the region since 2021. The children's message was clear to their leaders to embrace them.
Without education, there would be no any development in Africa. And that's why we want to remind you that every child must have access to education. Therefore, we are promoting the development of our countries. So take the risk and ensure and invest in us, the future, the children of Africa.
We want to expand and enhance climate change education programs that will teach us about climate change, the environment, sustainable consumption, and production as core subject in class or school clubs functioning in schools.
President Boko, who listened to these passionate pleas from children within the SADC region, agreed with other leaders to make time for them and join them in this journey they desire into the future.
They spoke to my heart. I must state here and now, I agree entirely with everything that you've said. I make the solemn pledge and commitment to you today that your demands, your aspirations shall be mine to embrace, mine to carry out together with you.
He further shared that as leaders, they will try even harder to intensify effort to satisfy their demands.
I know you make these demands because you feel that we have fallen short. And indeed we have. We may have tried. Maybe you feel some exasperation that we did not try hard enough, or that we are not trying hard enough. I pledge to you today that we will intensify all efforts to meet and satisfy the demands, the expectations that you've placed before us today.
Since 2021, the region has held this commemoration in an effort to zoom in and tackle challenges faced by children. The event reflected a collective commitment among SADC leaders to empower children and ensure their voices are included in shaping policies that impact their lives.
In news from Zambia, the World Food Programme targets to support over 5,000 drought-affected households in the Zimba district in the southern province of that country. WFP Country Director Sisi Kamasuga says the program has received $1 million from the African Development Bank.
Zimba district is one of the 84 districts adversely affected by drought. And now, help has come through as over 5,000 households are set to benefit from food distribution, an initiative being implemented by the World Food Programme, WFP, and funded by the African Development Bank. This development has elated Zimba District Commissioner Robson Mulamfu.
When we heard of WFP with the ADRA coming to our district with that idea of trying to boost the food capacity for our people, as a district we got very excited. But we are praying hard that all the categories of people are taken care of, they are considered.
WFP Country Director Sisi Kamasuga says the support is meant to complement other government initiatives to offer relief to drought-affected communities.
The way the response has been organized, I think government took the lead in targeting the people who will be supported, and this was done by the Ministry of Community Development and Social Services. So the targeting was done by that ministry, and all responders are using the same lists that were developed by Community Development.
DMMU Resettlement Permanent Secretary in the Office of the Vice President, Mavis Nkomesha, says more support will be given to those that will not benefit in the first phase.
Yes, we are aware that many districts have been reporting a lot of groups that have been left behind, but I think these are issues that we are addressing as they are reported. So it's very important that as we come to the district, these reports are made available to government so that we are aware, and people left behind can also be included and become beneficiaries.
We are watching Eye on SADC, and here's what's still ahead. Construction of Oshikoto Biomass Power Station in Namibia commences. And Lesotho's Prime Minister visits technological company in Rwanda. Those stories and more coming your way. We'll be right back. reflects how SADC currencies are performing against the American dollar. We continue with more developments. Now, the construction of the more than $216 million Oshikoto biomass power station project near Tsumeb in northern Namibia is set to begin following a groundbreaking ceremony. The station will generate 40 megawatts of baseload electricity, contributing to the country's energy security.
Namibia is set to increase its electricity supply using biomass, enhancing its renewable energy footprint. During the groundbreaking ceremony, Mines and Energy Minister Tom Alwendo emphasized that bush harvesting will help Namibia boost renewable energy on its grid.
Besides the wind and solar, biomass also will be renewable because the bush that are being used, it will be harvested and it will reharvested again. And this is a very, very important project. Not only is going to give us electricity, but it has got a much bigger economic footprint. Because when you debush the farms around the project, you are also going to improve the carrying capacity of those farms.
Nampower's managing director Kahenge Haulufu noted that the decade-long planning of the project is indicative of the entity's commitment to a greener and more economical resilient future.
And as we have always been trying as much as possible to divert money from importing electricity to put into Namibian-owned products to be able to generate electricity for the economy of our country.
The project's long-term biomass supply will be managed by a joint venture comprising Nexus and Africa Biomass, Forestry Group of Companies, Santos Investment and PHP Interactive CC, among others.
We are going to debush the farmers' land for free, and of course in exchange for us to get the biomass out of their farm. So in return, they benefit from basically debushing costs, because as you know, you pay quite a lot of money for you to get your farm debushed. So we also urge all the farmers around the Tsumeb area that feel that they want to benefit from this beautiful initiative to contact Nampower or even us, so that we can put them on our database and just list them as one of, and please just list them on our database so we can make use of their farms and get rid of the invader bush.
Nampower's EPC contractor, Dongfang Electric International Corporation, a globally recognized leader, will collaborate to make the Oshikoto Biomass Power Station a leading biomass energy facility in Africa.
Now, it's the second time that Prime Minister Samuel Ntokwane Matekane visits the Zipline drone delivery company operating in Kayonza district of Rwanda. The purpose of the visit is to learn about the modern technological delivery services rendered by Zipline company.
The government of Lesotho needs to adopt the quickest delivery services offered by Zipline for the purpose of delivering medication to health facilities across the country, specifically in hard-to-reach areas using drones. This was said by the Minister of Information, Communications, Science, Technology and Innovation, Honorable Ntatimo Rossi, after the visit.
We would like to have partnership with Zipline company so that we are able to fast deliver medication to all districts of the country, especially in emergency using the drone.
Honorable Morosi said time is now to implement new technological methods of doing things like AI.
We have to use the latest technological methods to work faster. The methods used in this company make everything easy and faster via internet.
Honorable Morosi concluded by sharing the status of the network connection and internet in the country.
95% of our country accesses internet using towers, and the rest is fiber internet. We are now working hard to implement satellites so that the internet can run smoothly in mountainous regions.
Remaining in Lesotho, the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning has expressed its eagerness and dedication to address the statistics issues causing lack of capacity and data weakness gaps in the country. In order to address the already existing statistics issues, the ministry says it intends to implement a joint program on data sustainable development and innovation project which is said to be a relevant need for Lesotho's data development.
According to the Ministry of Finance and Planning, over the past years, the quality and availability of socio-economic data has been a major challenge that has affected the government of Lesotho, from initiating timely and modern policies and also ensuring tracking of development programs. The ministry says the joint program on data sustainability is an answer to many development implementation plans.
Today should mark an important milestone in our collective journey towards strengthening transparency, accountability, and evidence-based decision-making. As we gather here, it is crucial to recognize the pivotal role that innovative data ecosystems play in fostering sustainable development. The effective utilization of data not only empowers us to monitor and evaluate progress, but also enhances our ability to identify challenges and formulate informed strategies for the future.
The ministry continues to say the project aims to enhance data generation, analysis, utilization, and storage for improved reporting. The project will again help the government of Lesotho to achieve national, regional, and international development frameworks.
We are unable to make budget with transparency because all ministries in the country use different data systems. So this project will help us harmonize the system for Ministry of Finance and Development Planning.
That's the expected weather outlook. Now, as we head towards the end of this newscast, here's another look at the stories that made headlines. Dr. Navin Ramgoolam takes oath as Prime Minister of Mauritius. Furthermore, Tanzania's president confirms the deaths of people who died in a building collapse in Dar es Salaam. And Botswana's president pledges to support the needs of the region's children. Well, that's all the time and news we had for you in this Monday edition of Eye on SADC. From myself and the Shishi and the team, thank you so much for tuning in, pardon me, and we'll see you again. Goodbye.
This is us. We like to walk, talk, and dance until the earth shakes. We like to play. After all, our backyard is 75,000 square kilometers of pristine wilderness. At night, we celebrate under the blanket of the stars. And when day rewards night with a beautiful sunrise, we are welcoming Dumela. So come and fall in love with Botswana. Our pride, your destination.
Boitsotlhe madume ko gae amogela dikgang tsa botso television tse di gasiwang ka tlhamalalo go tswa toropo kgolo ga borone ke bidiwa kaelo sa bone mme mo tsa metshameko na le thato Kgosimore a re lebelele pele tse di emeng ko pele. Duma Boko a rola pego ya botsogo jwa setšhaba. Fa lephata la botsogo le itlama go tlhomamisa gore mabolokelo a CMS a nna le melemo e lekaneng e tlhokwang thata.
Lekgotla la Botswana Golf Union le rutuntsha bakatisi ba motshameko o ba le 20.
Dumelang. Tautona Advocate Duma Boko o boletse maitlamo a puso a go fetola selebego sa bodiredi jwa puso mo molaetseng wa gago a tekoloso ya botsogo ya setšhaba e le la ntlha Tautona a re puso e tla simolodisa melawana e mešwa e tsamaisang bodirela puso maikaelelo e le go tokafatsa go tsaya boikarabelo ga badiredi go direla dilo mo pontsheng le gone go di dira ka matsetseleko.
You want a trustworthy, dynamic and agile civil service that serves your needs. We will implement a code of conduct for public servants, and we will train them in accountability and performance.
Re sa le fo Tautona Boko wa kgotse badiri ba botsogo mo tirong e ba e dirang go thusa setšhaba ka tirelo tsa botsogo o tsweletse a tlhalosa fa puso e itlamile go dira mananeo a mašwa a se nnela ruri go tlhabolola mogama wa botsogo.
This government is committed to providing them with the support they need to better serve the nation. Together we will build a system that not only treats illness but promotes health through predictive and preventative care. We will roll out multiple initiatives to realize this vision. 1, a national mandatory health insurance scheme. 2, a universal health coverage plan for all citizens. 3, a national health digitization roadmap to modernize our systems. And 4, investment in infrastructure, capacity building, human resource development, and public awareness.
Tautona Boko a re ga o berekwe pitseng yo tlhokafetseng ka Sedimonthole ka ngwaga wa 2021 o tla bolokwa ka Sedimonthole a le 10 monongwaga kwa Central Kalahari Game Reserve e le letsatsi le mafatshefatshe la ditshwanelo tsa setho. Pitseng ga isa boloka jaana ba lelapa ba ne ba dumela fa tshwanetse go bolokwa CKGR kwa tlholegang teng fa puso e ne e patika gore a bolokwe kwa New Qadi kwa neng a hudugetse teng. Kansela gantsi ne a suba fa pitseng a tshwanetse go bolokwa New Qadi ka jaana a ne a tlhokomelwa ke ba boipelego koo mme kgotla ya ditsheko e ne ya tlhola fa pitseng a tshwanetse go bolokelwa kwa New Qadi. Tshwetso e neng ya gatelelwa gape ke kgotla ya boikuelo go ya ka metswedi ya dikgang. Pitseng o ne a fudugela kwa New Qadi a tswa CKGR go atumela ditlamelo tsa botsogo. Tautona Boko a re tshwetso e ke sekao sa fa puso e tlomatsang le go rotloetsa ditshwanelo tsa setho ka teng.
On International Human Rights Day, the 10th of December 2024, the body of Pitseng Gauberekwe will be buried in the Central Kalahari Game Reserve. His ancestral home, your government, that under color of court judgments denied him the dignity of a burial in his ancestral land, has now taken the bold steps of abandoning all those judgments and burying him. In this ceaseless quest to uphold dignity, we are unshakable.
Tautona Advocate Duma Boko a re mo malatsing a lekgolo a ntlha puso e ntšha ba ikaelela go itebaganya go tshosa itsholelo ya lefatshe leno ka go ngoka babeeletsi mo megameng ya kgotetso, temothuo, bojanala le maranyane. O tlhalositse fa ba bopile setlhopha sa baitseanape ba melao se se tla itebaganyang le go tlhofaletsa babeeletsi melao go bula dikgwebo mono. Tautona o buile se a rola pego ya gagwe ya ntlha ya tekodiso ya setšhaba mono ga borone.
Central Medical Stores ke lekalana le le ka fa tlase ga tsamaiso ya lephata la botsogo mme le itebagantse le go reka melemo le setse morago melawana ya puso ya go reka le go tsamaisa tiriso ya melemo mo dipateleng lefatshe leno ka bophara. E rile a buisa babegadikgang morago ga loeto la gagwe ko Central Medical Stores. Tona wa botsogo Dr. Stephen Modise o na tlhalosa fa ba tla buelela lephata la botsogo go thusiwa ka madi a lekaneng go rarabolola mathata a letlhoko la melemo mo mafelong mangwe.
Nka ra Batswana ke re ra utlwa matshwenyego a bone a goroga matshwenyego a ko ona a gwethileng gore be re le ha tsatsi jeno mme gore melemo e goroge ko go bone go na le dilo tse dintsi tse di tshwantseng gore di diragale sa ntlha e le gone go na le melemo mo Central Medical Stores, sa bobedi le gone go tlhomamisa gore melemo ya goroga mo dikgaolong tse di galoganeng mo lefatsheng la rona, sa boraro e le gone gore melemo ya SONA e goroga e tswa yang ko e bewang teng gore e go goroga ko dipateleng le ko ditleliniking. Yaanong go supegile gore go gongwe gone go ka tswa bo gona le gongwe bothata ja gore ba thaeletsane sentle gore melemo ya shota kwano re kopa melemo jalo jalo, mme ke dingwe tse dilo tse leng gore ikemiseditse go itebaganya le tsone gore ha molemo o le teng mo Central Medical Stores o kgone o go goroga ko kgaolong o go goroga ko tleliniking ko sepateleng o helele o le ko Motswaneng.
Go ne ga tlhomamisiwa fa go tshwanetse go tsibogelwa go rarabolola matshwenyego a letlhoko la melemo mo mafelong mangwe.
Currently, what we want to do is to engage our stakeholders. We already are quantifying with them, but we need to involve them even more so that they will be able.
Remo mosepelong wa go dira tsotlhe tse di maleba go rarabolola dikgwetlho tsa thaelo ya melemo mo lefatsheng leno.
On our availability. That system will then be used downstream up to the level of issuing to the customer, that is the patient.
They noted was obviously the issue of financing, the amount of funds that they get versus what they have to do and distribute out to people.
Re kgwetlho tse re di lemogileng ke kgang ya madi go reka melemo mme re tla dira tsotlhe tse di maleba go rarabolola seemo se.
A strong background in procurement and also distribution, logistics and things like that.
Tona wa botsogo o kopile babereki ba botsogo go bereka mmogo ka neelano go dira tsotlhe tse di maleba ka maikaelelo a go fenya mathata a letlhoko la melemo mo lefatsheng leno. Mpho ke Leboge, Botswana Television, Gaborone.
Wetso tla re tshwarela go pego e ke reng puso e na le maikemisetso a go tlhomamisa fa lekalana mo bolokelo la melemo la Central Medical Stores le le mo seemong se itumedisang go tsamaisa le go rarabolola matshwenyego a melemo mo lephateng la botsogo. Tona wa botsogo Dr. Stephen Modise le mothusi wa gagwe Re Lawrence Okeditse ba ne ba ile go lekola seemo Central Medical Stores go tlhaloganya le go lemoga seemo sa melemo e mo lefatsheng leno. Mpho ke Leboge ke na tla ka pego e o re tla boela go pegong yele ya ga Tautona.
We will revitalize the economy and attract investments by 1. Establishing a legal reform task force. Foreign investors want to come here. Botswana has the highest credit rating in Africa with a BBB+ long-term and A-2 short-term Standard & Poor's rating. The only reason that they are not here yet is that there is a necessary bureaucracy in doing business in Botswana. This legal task force will draft key legal reforms to make Botswana an attractive environment for foreign and domestic investment.
Wetso lebeletse BTV News mme re batla go botsweletse o ntse o na le rona mogolwane wa ditlamelo tsa bana tsa le bogole go khanseleng ya Kweneng mme Bontsheng Mpoko o rotloeditse morafe go dira bojotlhe go akaretsa badirisi ba thobane e tshweu go supa fa ba kgathala ka matshelo a bone. O buile se ko molepole le bosheng ka letsatsi la segopotso sa thobane e tshweu le leneng le tshegeditswe ka setlhogo se reng go akaretsa botlhe go ipelela bokgoni le go ema nokeng ba tlhoka pono. tiro e rulagantswe ke mokgatlo wa Botswana Association for the Blind and Partially Sighted ka tshwaragano le wa ipabalotseleng wa Motor Vehicle Accident Fund Lizzy Class.
Go tlhoka pono ke nngwe ya dikgwetlho tse di amang batho ka dipalopalo mo lefatsheng ka bophara mme ebile ke bongwe bolwetse jo bo amang batho ka dipalo tse di kwa godimo ke ka moo batho ka pono ba tlhokang ke monokeng le go tlamelwa mo go maleba. Segopotso sa letsatsi la tiriso ya thobane e tshweu ya batho ka pono ke sekao sa gore setšhaba se kgathala ka bone ebile se dira gote go netefatsa gore ga ba kgapelwe ntle.
Ke mokgatlho o itebagantseng le go ga dikgakololo go buelela ditshwanelo tsa motho yo sa bone e ka nna dipehela tsa gore motho ka pono le ene mo setšhabeng a kgone go tsenya letsogo ebile a kgone go nna motho yo ka kaegang a ka nna le boleng jo bo rileng ja go tisa thabollo mo go ene ka nosi ga mmogo le ba ba mo dikologileng.
Let us strive to build communities that embrace.
A re gagamatseng mo go ageng setšhaba se se ka tisang phetogo gore batho ka pono ba seka ba kgorelediwa ke diemo dipe mme ba gwethege go diragatsa ditoro tsa bone ba le motlotlo ebile ba kanotse sehuba.
With confidence and dignity.
Go nna le bogole ga se phelelo ya lehatshe mme ebile go nna le go tlhoka pono ga se gore wa bo tlhoile kampo o leuhile ke gore bogolo ba modimo bo tle bo bonagale.
Bangwe ba batho ka pono ba ntsha mapaki tebang le tiriso ya thobane e tshweu le gore e ba berekela jang mme ba ntsha megopolo gore go ka dirwa jang go netefatsa gore ba babalesegile ka dinako tsotlhe.
Ha re ka ka ra nna much dependent kana ha re ka ka ra ikaega thata ka batho le o togetse motho mo lapeng o ile go gongwe kana ile mogolwana le thobane e tshweu o ta kgona gore e re ha moletsatsi le mohitela ha o mo togetseng teng a tse thobane a e ha moriting.
Tsela tsa rona ga di friendly to extent ya gore o le motlhoka pono o ka itse ha o le mo tseleng le ha o le kwa ntle ga tsela mme o ka re bangwe di-council tsotlhe di ka tsaya malebela ko motšhudi gore ditsela ka bontsi ko motšhudi di irilwe yang ka di-pavement.
Mempoko o tlhalositse fa go le botlhokwa gore bana le bogole ba akarediwe mo ditogamaanong gore seabe sa bone se thuse mo go tliseng dithabololo le go tsholetsa itsholelo ya lefatshe leno. Lizzy Class, BTV News, Molepolole.
Borre ba banana e bong Kitso Lehume le Edwin Setsenye ba kwa Sebephikwe ba itlhametse ditiro ka go kgabisa go baakanya le go tlhabolola boleng le selebego sa dibaesekele tsa modiro wa hamba ba fetse mogopolo o ba neng ba itlosa bodutu ka one go nna kgwebo mo pusinyong le Mmegedikgang Karabo Molusi ba tlhalosa ka fa lerato la dibaesekele le ba tswetseng mosola ka teng.
Bobedi jo bo neng bo kokonetswe ke manokonoko a go tlhoka madi a itshetso bo bone sebaka sa go fetola seemo sa bone ka go kgabisa le go tlhabolola dibaesekele mo go kgatlhang leitlho.
Tlhabolo ya teng ke ne ke bona kganya tsa gore batho ba tsamaya bosigo mme go sena sepe se supang gore se ka ba sireletsa mo tseleng ka kgwetha gore ke gaetse ke tsentse dipone go tswa mo tlhaloganyong ya meme ya ka e bona ntse ana ba sekele ke dirisitse material o tshwanang bo ditšhupu tsene ke dira e le gore ke ba sekele le gore ke tsamanyela ka one ko morakeng ka heletse ke bone gore le mo toropong ka e dirisa go ka tsamaya.
Mogopolo o gapile maikutlo a banne.
Re tlhoka diphatse tsa dibaesekele bo ditšhupu bo dithaere bo di-axle kore diphatse tsa dibaesekele hela go thema otwana di-frame ra direla baesekele re ya ga hela e be nna baesekele e be re ba re kgabisa gompieno ga re se re bone ha re ka dira lehelo le re ka direlang nnyane re santse re irela hela mo motseng so ne ke le tsorongwe re ka thusiwa ka lehelo
ke tsa gore batswana ka bontsi ba tangotega gore batho ba palame dibaesekele kore ba boele mo setsong ba itse gore baesekele ya palangwa ka gore mo metheng ya bogompieno dipetrol di a tura.
Le fa kgwebo e ise kwa diswisi mmuso go solofetse gore e tla gwetlha dipuisano ka go tlhabolola ditsela gore di akaretse bapalami ba dibaesekele go atolosa thuto le go obamela melawana ya tsela
tshwanetse go nna le ha go kotangwang teng sadly ena go tsotlhe o tshwanetse go tshoba kana go etsa baesekele ha go ntse mo go yone ga go le tele gore re o kgweetsa baesekele o bo o emela ka dinao ga o setse o batla go kgona o tlogela sone setrebi kana steering sa yone ka letsogo le lengwe mme o bo supa ko o batlang go thena teng ka letsogo hela o le phuthulana o supa.
Bobedi jo bo tlhomamisitse maikaelelo a jone a go igodisa ka megopolo e farologaneng gore ba felele ba thapile palo e bonalang ya babereki.
Maiteko a simolotseng e le itlosobodutu ka go tlhabolola dibaesekele tsa hamba a ka supa maikemisetso a setšhaba mo go tsweng ka ditharabololo ka mekgwa e tokafaditsweng e babalelang tikologo e le bofefo le ditshenyegelo tse di seng kalo. Karabo Molusi, BTV News, Silibi Phikwe.
Apostolic Faith Church in Botswana, AFCB, ya betse mokgatlho wa Lorato House ko Maung mme lora le dijo tse di tlhwatlhwa ya 8,000 pula fa re la dimpho tseo mokwaledi wa kereke eo Reverend Ozias Kalundu o boletse gore tumelo e rotloetsa mowa wa lerato le neelano ka jalo ba lemogile go le botlhokwa go supa seo mo banneng ba metse ba direlang mo go yone. Mareta Kaisara.
Lorato House ke mokgato o ikemetseng o simoloditsweng ka ngwaga wa 2009 ke Dr. Yana Lakhe go tswa Amerika. Mono Maung go tlhokomela bana ba ba golang ba kopana le dikgwetlho di akaretsa go lathiwa ke batsadi, go dirisiwa bothatswa mo go tsa thakano-dikobo ke masika kgotsa ditsala le go gontshiwa ka go ba neela boroko le dijo ga mmogo le go ba tsenya dikolong.
When the center was established, the establishers of the center looked at the children and they had compassion. They looked at them and they felt that kind of pity. And they said, because of the pity, let us exercise the love so that these kids will be released. A kid is not going to remain a kid forever. One day that kid will be an elder person. One day that kid will be somebody in society.
Some of them find themselves homeless. Some of them have been sexually abused.
They find themselves being abused sexually.
As young as 3 years old.
Ba kereke ya AFCB ba tlhalositse fa kereke ya bone e thusa fa ba bonang le thoko teng mo dikgaolong tse ba direlang mo go tsone di akaretsa Chobe, Central le Borwa ja Botswana.
When we were in Chobe, we gave to Chobe prisons. Then we went down south, we gave to Mulebulule and gave to Anastine. Today we are in Central region or district. When we started coming Central, then we realized that we will be in Mewu as a village. Then we checked and identified which area we can really reach.
Women of God, God has called us to be mothers. Beyond our bloodline. To be here for this generation. So no girl has to be alone to dump a baby because she doesn't have support.
Lorato House ya kgoletse dimpho tse ba tlhalosa fa go se mothofo go tamela bana ka dilo tsotlhe tse ba di thokang. Mareta Kaisara, BTV News, Maung.
Mo tsa mafatshe a sele maloko a ntlha a bomme go kgweetsa difofane kwa Malawi ba rulagantse moletlo o rutang bana ba go dikhutswane kwa magaeng ka go kgweetsa difofane le go di bona tota ka matlho. Barulaganyi bao ba re moletlo o ke mongwe wa maikaelelo a bona go rotloetsa bakgweetsi difofane go tswa kwa moding. Barulaganyi ba moletlo o o tshwereng ka fa tlase ga setlhogo sa ditoro di a tlhatlhogana kgotsa Dreams Take Flight ba bone go fitlhela ditoro tsa bana ba le 1,000 ga mmogo le babogedi ba bangwe. Le fa go ntse jalo bagolwane kwa Malawi ba sokola ka go ngoka baithuti mo mogameng wa difofane ka difofane di le mmalwa ebile mogama o ise o tlhabologe.
It has been my dream. Ntse e le toro ya me go nna mokgweetsi wa difofane. Ke itumetse thata go ithuta go le gontsi.
I
want to be
Ke batla go nna moitseanape wa difofane fa ke gola.
when I grow up.
We've got about almost 1,000 underprivileged children to come in to just.
Re bone bana ba ba go dikhutshwane ba le sekete batla go bogela. Re dumela mo baneng ba le mo ditorong. Re batla go rotloetsa di le dintsi e bile ga re emefa.
So we believe in the children, we believe in their dreams because we also believe in our dreams in the first place. So we want to encourage as many dreams as possible and we're not stopping here.
It's also my first time to come to a place like this and I've been inspired.
Ke santla ke tla moletlong o ntseng jana. Ke kgothaditswe fa ke ka bo ke bone jana pele ke ka bo ke le mokgweetsi wa difofane.
It's so nice for me too.
We don't have a lot of airlines coming into Malawi. We don't have a lot of airlines, even domestically moving.
Ga rena difofane tse dintsi tse di tlang Malawi le tse di mo gae tota ga mmogo le dikago tsa tsone.
We've been talking about Jileka Airport.
Lekgotla la ditšhaba le tlhalosa fa kgotlang e tsweletseng kwa Middle East gareng ga lefatshe la Israel le masola a Hezbollah e bakile batho ba le dikete tse di makgolo kwa Lebanon gore ba inaakanye le kgwetlho ya go tlhopha go tshela ka fa tlase ga ditlhaselo tsa Israel kgotsa ba boele gae ko ba yang go tsululwa teng. Dipego di supa fa mo kgweding tse pedi batho ba feta sephatlho sa dimilione ba sietse Syria ba tswa kwa Lebanon mme bontsi ba bone ba ne ba tshabile ntwa kwa Syria pele.
Dipego di supa fa bontsi jwa batshabi ba tshabela kwa lefelong le le babalesegileng go se kae go na le Lebanon go sena maroko mebereko le dithuso tse di ba emetseng. Pele ga kgotlanya kwa Middle East batho ba le 1.7% fela ke bone ba ba neng ba tlhalosa gore ba ka boela gae kwa Syria fa bontsi ba ne ba tshaba go ka tlhaselwa. Mepalo eo e oketsegile go menagane. Leeto la rona le ne le tletse dikgwetlho le go sa tshwara sentle.
For 4 days.
Go ne ga phatlakana gaufi le bonno jwa rona kwa ntlong e neng e na le dibetsa e ope a neng a sa itse le ntlo e mabapi.
My grandson remained under the rubble.
Ngwanake o nnile ka fa tlase ga matlo a weleng diora di le 12 le botana la moela.
Heard him and rescued him.
Bagolwane kwa Syria ba tlhalosa fa ntswa go sireletsegile kwa bokono bophirima jwa Syria mme fela ga gona ditlamelo kgotsa dithuso.
The situation in northwest.
Seemo sa kwa bokono bophirima jwa Syria se dingalo ka jana ga gona ditlamelo le dithuso. Bontsi jwa makalana a emisitse dithuso tsa bone le ditlhaselo di tsweletse. Fa e sale ntwa magareng ga Israele le Hezbollah e simolola go bolailwe batho ba Israele ba ka tshwara 100 fa kwa Lebanon go bolailwe ba le 3,400 go balelwa le batho ba Syria le bana ba ka feta 200. Laone le Gwale, BTV News.
Wetswa jana re lebeletsa metshameko Thato.
tla ke tse sebaka sa ke go leboga jalo kaelo sa bone in context ya tswelela ka dikgang tsa metshameko tse di tlang kwa gona ka Thato Kgosimore Mothetso Madume a re bepego e di gogang kwa pele mo maitokong a go godisa motshameko wa golf mono gae le kgotla la Botswana Golf Union BGU le ntse le tshegeditse itutuntsho ya malatsi a mabedi ya Professional Golf Association PGA Level 1 e neng e tsenyeletswe ke bakatisi ba le masome a mabedi mo mafelong a beke tshepo ke himile ka pego
e re jaaka motshameko wa golf e le mongwe wa metshameko e sa tuma mo lefatsheng leno itutuntswe eo e solofetse go thusa kgolo ya motshameko o jaaka go tla loga bakatisi ba le mmalwanyana ba ba tla ana male lefatshe.
The course intended to train people on the basics of golf with a view of having them go and cascade the training further and train.
Itutuntswe e itebagantse le go ruta bakatisi ka motshameko wa golf go tswa ko modi gore ba kgone go ruta bana kwa ditlhopheng. Go ntse go na le selelo sa gore ga gona bakatisi kwa ditlhopheng tsa rona mme re le ba BGU re ikemiseditse go thusa ka selelo seo.
So we've gathered these participants to provide them with the basics on golf so that they go further down at their respective clubs and train the kids further.
Morutuntsi kwa itutuntsong eo Mphoki Lusiwa a re motshameko wa golf o kgona go dirisiwa go itshetsa.
Golf is one of those sports where we differentiate between people who make a living out of golf and those who don't make a living out of golf, amateurs.
Motshameko wa golf o farologane ka ba ba tshamekelang go itshetsa le ba ba tshamekelang go itlosa bodutu. Seo se bo se dira gore go nne dinga le go tlhaola batshameki ba tsenela motshameko o. Ke ka mo re dirileng ithutuntswe e go leka go thusa seo.
Is to make it accessible to a lot of people. One, we brought majority of our golf clubs, people who reside in outside Gaborone, to come here to be trainers. They can go and introduce younger kids to golf.
Been learning a lot, and I'm going to take this opportunity.
Ke ithutile go le gontsi mme ke ya go rutunza bana kwa lobatse jaaka motshameko o le monate ebile o batla go rutwa motho a le monnye.
How to play golf, and I feel like they're going to be.
It was very educational and very practical.
Itumetse ka gore ithutuntswe e ntse ile maemo a ntle. Ke tsene ka ke sa itse sepe mme ke itse go le gontsi. Re ya go ruta bana kwa sekolong.
Everything and why we're doing it, and this will be easier to show to younger kids. And
ithutuntswe eo e solofetseng go ribolla batshameki ba bašwa ba golf le ba ba eletsang go tsaya karolo e kwa godingwana mo motshamekong o e simolotse ka matlhatso mme a fela ka letsatsi la tshipi. Tshepo ke hemile PTV Sport Gaborone.
Fa re le batsa motshameko wa tennis Advocate Duma le Tinashe Phatswane ba fetetse kwa tikologong ya makgaolakgang a kgaisanyo e tsweletseng ya batshameki ba dingwaga tse di kwa tlase ga 14 ya Confederations of Africa Tennis mo letlhakoreng la basimane la di doubles. Bobedi jo bone jwa phirimisa ditoro tsa ga le bone tlape le Francisco Brink ba Botswana ka dintlha tse pedi go lefela kwa National Tennis Center. Seofatso Malepa o go rulaganyitse pego e.
Advocate le Tinashe Phatswane ba tsene mo motshamekong wa seka makgaolakgang morago ga go thoka mogaisane mo di-quarterfinals jaaka ba tsene mo kgaisanong e ba ithomile ko pele kana le di-top seed fa mo letlhakore le lengwe le bone tlape le Francisco Brink ba setlhopha sa Botswana ba gorogile fo ba sena go gapela ntete mo malumu le Ragile Pens le bone le Batswana mo di-quarterfinals. Mo seteng ya ntlha tlape le Brink ba ne ba le bokoa ba latlhegelwa ke di-serve le fa go sa tlhokafaleng teng se sa fa Mazungu le Phatswane sebaka sa go egfenya motofo ka 6-0. Mo seteng ya bobedi e bile le ya bofelo ya motshameko tlape le Brink ba leka go boela mo motshamekong mme ga bo go setse go le thari jaaka Mazungu le Phatswane ba ntsha ga tshwene go netefatsa fa ba fetela mo makgaolakganyeng a kgaisano e ba fenya sete eo ka 6-2 go gapa motshameko o tlheka kakaretso ka dintlha tse pedi go lefela.
We played better in the second set.
Re tshamekile sentle mo seteng ya bobedi ka gore re ne ra tla ka maano a botoka
and play with more sense.
Nka bo ke tshamekile dibolo tse di bokete go feta tse di tlhomameng le
7 shots. We were playing very well, but
re tshamekile ka botswapelo fela ke ne ke akanya gore diboli tsa rona di ne di se maleba le ntswa di ne di se maswe thata. Ga ra dira diphoso tse dintsi mo di-strokeng tsa rona.
Feels like on our strokes.
I think we'll improve by
re tla leka go fokotsa diphoso tsa rona le go tsepamisa megopolo go feta fa mo nakong e tlang.
we'll try to stay more focused in the match.
Mo motshamekong o mongwe e ntse le wa basimane wa di-doubles Johan Theron wa Namibia yo neng a golagane le Vihan Balsara wa Kenya ba fentse Joel Bildaza le Unatisi Thole ba Zambia ka dintlha tse pedi go lefela. Mo letlhakore la basetsana Malak Macheng le Angel Chakanyuka ba Botswana ba fetetse mo makgaolakganyeng ba sena go fenya Juan le Chikamile ya setso ba Botswana ka dintlha tse pedi go lefela mme ba tla ya go lebagana le Claire Majeya le Rutondo Tom ba Zimbabwe ba ba fetetseng kwa makgaolakganyeng ka go fenya Angel Chongwe le re rotlhe kganyeng ba Botswana ka dintlha tse pedi go lefela. Makgaolakgang a tikologo ya ntlha a tla tshamekiwa mo mosong wa la bobedi fa tikologo ya bobedi ya kgaisano e tla simolola ka la boraro mo mosong. Tshegofatso Malepa PTV Sport Gaborone.
Mo motshamekong wa go ipatlela phatla kwa sejaneng sa AFCON kwa Morocco setlhopha sa the Zebras le Egypt ba sentse ba ngangane jalo ka nno e lengwe go lefela. Motshameko o tsamaile jalo metsotso e 27 di sengwe sone se tla diragala ka nno e lengwe setlhopha ka yone tsela eo re tla kwa bokhutlong jwa dikgang tsa rona tsa metshameko tsa in context a re lebe jalo tse di neng di goga kwa pele.
Duma Boko a rola pego ya botsogo jwa setšhaba. Fa lephata la botsogo le itlama go tlhomamisa gore mabolokelo a CMS a nna le melemo e e lekaneng e e tlhokwang thata.
Legotla la Botswana Golf Union le rutunsa bakatisi ba motshameko o ba le 20.
Wetso di kgantsa re diwela gone ha mme re le bothata go botsweletse o ntse o ikantse rona.
Named after the late Kgosi of the Batlokwa people, Gaborone is the capital city of Botswana. This is the economic capital as well as the government capital of Botswana. Gaborone became the capital of Botswana after the country achieved independence from the United Kingdom in 1966 and has since then seen its rapid growth that can be credited to its political stability and booming economy. Gaborone is the heart of one of the world's largest diamond producing countries. The discovery of diamonds not long after independence has transformed Botswana's economy, and Gaborone is at the center of this transformation. The modern urban center that is Gaborone boasts malls, entertainment venues, and a thriving restaurant scene in areas such as Game City, Main Mall, Rail Park, and Riverwalk, amongst many other malls in the capital city. With the Mokolodi Nature Reserve less than 20 kilometers from the city and Gaborone Game Reserve within the city, it's not difficult to see Botswana's progressive attitude towards wildlife conservation within the city itself.
Studio 24.
bo se re gore thulaganyo ya rona e felelang teng mme e fela re sena re kopana morago gore lebelele jelo pego e ne bigwa ke tautona botsogo setšhaba e leng gore mo go yone go le gontsi re ka tswa re go anyile mme di le dintse di builweng go ke gone dikgang tse e leng gore rotlhe re di lebeletse re metse gore di buiwe tse dingwe dikgang tse e leng gore di sologetswe re ntse re bona maranyaneng go bua ka tsone ke tse di emetseng budget speech ga se tse di amang state of the nation address so ga tsone di sologetswe tswetswe a re emele jalo kgwedi la february kana ya tlhakole gore ka yone go budget speech ko ne tla buang tse dingwe tse di sa buegeng mme go gontsi mo re go ithutileng rotlhe re lebeletse go bona gore gone mme tsemaga tse di ntseng jang ke tla go tlogela o lebeletse jalo matlhasedi a pego yo ya ga tautona go tlhare go bona ka mokong e tlang nna le maitsibo a itumedisang.
The annual address transcends reporting on government performance. It is a call to action that embodies the dreams and aspirations of our citizens. We gather here today to not only reflect on our past, but also ignite our collective vision to open and reveal a whole new spectrum of possibilities and ambitions, and thus set an agenda that will shape our socio-political landscape for years to come. I come before you today with a heart full of gratitude and pride as we celebrate the outcome of a democratic dispensation that binds us together. Botswana has just gone through a successful general election that stands out as a blistering testimony to the maturity of our democracy. The outcome of this election represents patent testimonials of the eloquent outrage of our citizens. The peaceful and orderly manner in which the process was conducted is a hallmark of our political culture. For all that, I want to extend my sincere thanks to each and every one of you for your active participation in the elections, in which you handed the umbrella for democratic change, the mandate to serve you and our country. We must consider ourselves a lucky generation, having had the privilege to witness a historic change of government following the rule of one party for nearly 6 decades. This change is further made special by the manner in which it happened, including the smooth transfer of power. For this, I must, on behalf of Botswana, thank my immediate predecessor, His Excellency Dr. Mokgweetsi Eric Kiabetswe Masisi. He accepted the people's verdict. He gracefully passed on the baton. Indeed, he's a true statesman. This smooth transition marks a recasting, a deepening of the contours of our democratic vision. Botswana's commitment to upholding democratic principles and maintaining peace and stability before, during, and after the general election process speaks volumes about our collective dedication to the future of our great nation. For my part, as I said during the swearing-in ceremony, I am committed to leading our nation towards a brighter future. Mr. Speaker, this is the 13th Parliament. Many of the members of this esteemed House are new here, while some have been here before. Despite this, today, the 13th Parliament of the Republic of Botswana stands freshly assembled. I welcome all of you to this House. Your presence here evidences the trust placed on you by the people. Today, we stand at a pivotal moment in our journey together. This journey will be defined by unity, resilience, and a shared vision. It is inspired by those redeeming values and virtues that bind our country together. Mr. Speaker, our founding national principles of democracy, unity, development, self-reliance, and Ubuntu are not just ideals, but essential pillars that have bound the nation together. Democracy ensures that every voice is heard and valued, fostering a sense of ownership and participation among citizens. Unity enables our nation to stand strong and together against any challenge. Development reinforces our resolve to focus on enhancing the quality of life and creating opportunities for all. Self-reliance encourages individuals and communities to harness their resources and capabilities to overcome the challenges of our socio-economic existence, thus promoting resilience and innovation. Lastly, Ubuntu, which embodies courteousness, humility, and respect, nurtures social cohesion, solidarity, and mutual support amongst individuals and social groupings that constitute our society. By embracing these principles, Botswana will work together to build a robust economy and a thriving society, reinforcing the fabric of the nation for future generations. That is the cornerstone of our change philosophy. We must embrace opportunities that lie ahead and address challenges with unity and a sense of purpose as we work towards an inclusive and prosperous nation. True progress, Mr. Speaker, is only achievable when we come together across communities, generations, and ideologies. We need to work hand in hand to build a society where innovation flourishes, education empowers, and everyone has a seat at the table. We, together, will transform challenges into opportunities and dreams into reality. Mr. Speaker, the 12th Parliament witnessed a series of challenges. The COVID-19 pandemic, which claimed the lives of many Botswana and brought almost everything to a halt for close to 2 years. The drought that has affected this country over 2 consecutive years. Declining diamond revenues due to global market conditions. High unemployment levels, with overall unemployment at 27.6% and youth unemployment of 38.2% as at the first quarter of 2024, and the country going through the most painful and harrowing experience on the 28th of March 2024, when 45 Botswana perished in a road accident near Mamatlakala in the Limpopo province of the Republic of South Africa. Let us also remember that prior to this, dozens of other lives had been lost on the A3 road. Mr. Speaker, these and other issues add to the litany of accumulated grievances that the 13th Parliament of the Second Republic must wrestle with. Transformative journey. Mr. Speaker, it is with great humility and a deep sense of responsibility that I address you today to mark the beginning of what in my solemn undertaking will be a transformative journey for Botswana. Robert Lee Frost tells us about 2 roads that diverged in a yellow wood and path, nor the one less traveled. I elected rather to take the road unseen and therefore never traveled, reminding myself every step of advance of the words of Arthur Schopenhauer. Talent is like a marksman who hits a target others cannot hit. Genius is like a marksman who hits a target others cannot see. As a country, we must strive along the road unseen. As your president, I am aware of the challenges facing our country. We are looking economic uncertainty dead in the eye. Diamonds continue to account for about 80% of our foreign earnings, but we shall overcome. The already high, almost 27% unemployment rate continues to worsen, but we shall overcome. The declining birth rate creates an existential threat to our future, but we shall overcome. We have only 78 years of coal reserves left at the current usage rate, but we shall overcome. The government is facing cash flow problems, but we shall overcome. We have to wrestle with social and infrastructural issues, but we shall overcome. Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that we shall overcome. Though the two paths in front of us lead to either ruin or disaster at this crossroads, Mr. Speaker, walk with me, will you, as we take the path unseen and therefore never traveled. With me as your president and this nation by my side, Mr. Speaker, I say to you, we shall overcome all the odds. I have said before, and I will say it again, I've been down so many times. Down don't bother me no more. We've inherited challenges left to us to resolve by the 12th Parliament. Together we will resolve them and build a stronger, inclusive, and more prosperous future. I have seen the bravery and might of Botswana firsthand. Lesego Chombo dared to dream and came home wearing the crown of Miss World Africa. She now sits in these hallowed chambers wearing the mantle of Minister of Youth and Gender Affairs of the Second Republic. Litsile Tebogo and Ross Branch dared to dream and came home champions of the world. They dreamt big dreams, dreams of immensity, dreams of intensity. There is nothing, I repeat, nothing that Botswana cannot do. Mr. Speaker, this moment demands both immediate solutions to stabilize our economy and long-term reforms that will lay the foundation for sustainable growth. It is a journey that will require bold leadership, strategic action, and the unity of every Motswana. I take you into my confidence. I share with you a vision for the future. I map out the concrete steps we will take towards a future that offers prosperity, opportunity, and dignity for all. The first 100 days. 100 days is not a long time. 3 months and some change. That puts us into February 2025. Already, I've had questions about what this 13th Parliament will do to fulfill our pledges and promises, and we made many. You want to know what this new chapter in the history of Botswana means for you. I treat these first 100 days with the courage, vigor, and seriousness they merit. As it is with any new relationship, first impressions matter. But unlike a fleeting dance under the moonlight, for this union to see the light of morning, consistency is key. I promise you that my first 100 days and my last 100 days will share at least one thing in common. That is, that each day will be treated with the same level of seriousness throughout. The first 100 days present an opportunity to demonstrate swift, decisive action while laying the groundwork for long-term transformation. The first 100 days is a period of renewal and restoration. In the first 100 days, we focus on 3 interconnected pillars: restoring trust, revitalizing the economy, and building equity. We will restore trust and good governance by 1, undertaking a financial and forensic audit. I've heard your voices. I've seen your messages. You want to know where your tax money has been spent. We will find that out and report back to you. We will do so. We do so not to subject anyone to targeted demonization. We do so to probe and examine the functional efficacy of our existing systems and institutions. Because these institutions are human artifacts, we can remake and improve them. We must design and roll out a robust institutional repertoire properly suited to the demands and challenges of the unfolding future. 2, strengthening anti-corruption institutions. You want to know that your tax money is safe with us and that we will protect your money. We will fashion a robust, independent, anti-corruption agency with the authority to investigate, prosecute, and eliminate corruption at all levels. Additionally, we will create digital transparency mechanisms to enable citizens to track public spending. 3, increasing transparency in government expenditure. You want to know that your money is being used to better the lives of all Botswana, not just a few. We will publish a comprehensive review of public finances to identify waste, corruption, and inefficiencies, followed by a plan for corrective actions. 4, respecting human rights and upholding dignity. One of our people is unable to rest, far from his home. Country road, hear him yearn, please take him home to the place he belongs. These words hit my soul like bolts of lightning, and now they leave my lips, and they will carry the soul of a son of the soil home to CKGR, where he can finally be at peace. On International Human Rights Day, the 10th of December 2024, the body of Pitseng Gauberekwe will be buried in the Central Kalahari Game Reserve. His ancestral home. Your government, that under color of court judgments denied him the dignity of a burial in his ancestral land, has now taken the bold steps of abandoning all those judgments and burying him. In this ceaseless quest to uphold dignity, we are unshakable. Civil service reform. You want a trustworthy, dynamic, and agile civil service that serves your needs. We will implement a code of conduct for public servants, and we will train them in accountability and performance. Economic revitalization. We will revitalize the economy and attract investment by 1, establishing a legal reform task force. Foreign investors want to come here. Botswana has the highest credit rating in Africa, with a BBB+ long-term and A-2 short-term Standard & Poor's rating. The only reason that they are not here yet is that there is a necessary bureaucracy in doing business in Botswana. This legal task force will draft key legal reforms to make Botswana an attractive environment for foreign and domestic investment. It will do so in the shortest possible time, as time is of the essence. Creating economic incentive packages. We will announce a set of incentives to attract investments in high potential sectors such as renewable energy, agriculture, tourism, and technology. We are committed as the government of Botswana to participating in meetings, incentives, conferences, and events, MICE, and will ensure that there is positive impact for Botswana. Fast-tracking key infrastructure projects.
Located on the Tamalakane River is the tourism capital of Botswana, Maung, a relatively small town compared to others in Botswana. Maung acts as the gateway to many of Botswana's tourism sites such as the Okavango and Moremi Game Reserve. The communities of Maung make use of the Tamalakane, using the arable land it creates for farming and letting their livestock drink from the river, as Botswana is known for its free-range and natural farming methods, which ensure full-flavored lean beef of the highest quality. As small as the town of Maung is, it offers countless world-class accommodation from hotels, lodges, and even campsites, so those visiting are sure to enjoy themselves. The Tamalakane River offers amazing activities such as boat rides, mokoro safaris, and game viewing, with Maung known to have a diverse selection of wildlife. One of the reasons so many tourists flock to this town is because it is the access point to the Okavango Delta and Moremi Game Reserve. This then allows Maung hosts numerous safari operations for eager wildlife enthusiasts, and its convenient positioning means that Maung is also a prime location for stunning safari flights. "2021 saw the completed construction of the Hospitality and Tourism Project at Maung Senior Secondary School by the government of Botswana that was meant to pilot a multiple pathways program aimed at helping learners to improve their capabilities and designed to introduce participants to the world of work and to prepare them for the entry into vocational and technical education programs. The timeless Tamalakane River and spearheading of tourism in Maung is why we should document Botswana.
Studio 24, film and design.
wetso phirimaneng ya tsatsi la labobedi kgwedi ya Ngwanatsele setsentse tantabella e le malatsi a le 10 fano mo toropokgolo Gaborone mo Ntlokgaso ka tlhamalalo kgaso ke popota ya Botswana Tonight mme jaaka gale ga ke pane ka esi bongwe ke bobedu wetso Madume
na ke bidwa Khomotso Maphane wetso dumela
re tla bo di tibola hela ka dikgang tsa Seesemane tsa nako ya borataro o ska suta
Government to address unnecessary bureaucracy that hinders the ease of doing business for foreign investors.
And the same government remains committed to developing a high-performing and effective central medical stores, CMS. And on international news, Malawi's first female flight crew organized air shows to give underprivileged children in rural areas opportunities to see an aircraft up close.
This is BTV News at 6 o'clock. Good evening. The President, Advocate Duma Boko, says government will create a legal framework task force which will tackle the unnecessary bureaucracy that hinders the ease of doing business for foreign investors. The President shared this in his maiden State of the Nation address this afternoon when availing his government's initiatives which are aimed at revitalizing Botswana's economy.
Foreign investors want to come here. Botswana has the highest credit rating in Africa with a BBB+ long-term and A-2 short-term Standard & Poor's rating. The only reason that they are not here yet is that there is unnecessary bureaucracy in doing business in Botswana. This legal task force will draft key legal reforms to make Botswana an attractive environment for foreign and domestic investment.
Still with President Advocate Duma Boko, he says in the first 100 days of his reign and the new government, they will look to revitalize the economy by attracting foreign direct investment, FDI, in high potential sectors that include renewable energy, agriculture, tourism and technology. President Boko said this when delivering his maiden State of the Nation address in Gaborone.
We will revitalize the economy and attract investments by 1. Establishing a legal reform task force. Foreign investors want to come here. Botswana has the highest credit rating in Africa with a BBB+ long-term and A-2 short-term Standard & Poor's rating. The only reason that they are not here yet is that there is unnecessary bureaucracy in doing business in Botswana. This legal task force will draft key legal reforms to make Botswana an attractive environment for foreign and domestic investment.
President Advocate Duma Boko has announced plans to have a respectable and trustworthy civil service in the country. In his inaugural State of the Nation address, President Boko outlined the importance of implementing a new code of conduct aimed at enhancing accountability, transparency and professionalism within the civil service. Kiganze Kumalo reports.
When President Boko took office last month, he promised a fresh start for the nation's governance. In his maiden speech, he detailed his government's vision for a reformed civil service, emphasizing the need for a new code of conduct that reflects modern democratic values.
You want a trustworthy, a dynamic and agile civil service that serves your needs. We will implement a code of conduct for public servants, and we will train them in accountability and performance.
Furthermore, the President announced plans to reform public service institutions, saying the planned reforms aim to enhance public service delivery and restore citizen trust in government.
A strong, effective public sector is essential for the efficient delivery of services to our people. We will reform public sector institutions to make them more efficient, transparent, and responsive to the needs of Botswana. In the medium to long term, the following key work streams will guide our reform. The first, medium-term fiscal framework. We will design and implement a medium-term fiscal framework to ensure fiscal sustainability. This framework will help us balance government spending with available resources, restore fiscal buffers, and create the financial stability needed for long-term growth.
Government has set itself a trial period of 100 days where a comprehensive review report will be published at the end of the 100 days, citing inefficiencies followed by a corrective plan. Kikantse Kumalo, Botswana Television, Gaborone.
Meanwhile, President Duma Boko has commended health workers for their commitment to their work in ensuring the health of the Botswana public. He reiterated his intentions to implement robust policies to revamp and grow the sector.
This government is committed to providing them with the support they need to better serve the nation. Together we will build a system that not only treats illness but promotes health through predictive and preventative care. We will roll out multiple initiatives to realize this vision. 1. A national mandatory health insurance scheme. 2. A universal health coverage plan for all citizens. 3. A national health digitization roadmap to modernize our systems. And 4. Investment in infrastructure, capacity building, human resource development, and public awareness.
President Boko has announced that Mr. Gauberekwe Pitseng will be buried in his ancestral land, the Central Kalahari Game Reserve, CKGR, on December 10, 2024, an International Human Rights Day. Pitseng passed away in December of 2021 and has been laying in mortuary ever since. All this while, his family did not succeed in their quest to bury him in the CKGR. Following his death in 2021, the family had wanted to bury Pitseng in the CKGR, but the Khansi District Council sought a court order to have him buried in New Gade on the basis that the deceased had been enrolled under the social welfare program in New Gade. A decision that was also upheld by the Court of Appeal following a standoff between his family, who felt he had a right to be buried in the CKGR, while government stood by a court ruling that he should be buried in New Gade, which is the deceased's place of residence. According to media reports, Pitseng relocated from CKGR to New Gade due to ill health and the need for health care facilities. The president said burying Pitseng in his ancestral land is testament to government's efforts to promote and uphold human rights.
On International Human Rights Day, the 10th of December 2024, the body of Pitseng Gauberekwe will be buried in the Central Kalahari Game Reserve. His ancestral home. Your government, that under color of court judgments denied him the dignity of a burial in his ancestral land, has now taken the bold steps of abandoning all those judgments and burying him. In this ceaseless quest to uphold dignity, we are unshakable.
Well, around the region and across Botswana, this is BTV News that you're watching. A panel of 3 Court of Appeal judges, being Justice Tebogo Tau, Justice Singwalia, and Justice Bess Nkabinde, dismissed former Permanent Secretary to the President Kata Morupisi's appeal on merits. The High Court's conclusion confirms that the state proved beyond reasonable doubt all charges of corruption and money laundering leveled against Morupisi. The judges also ordered parties to submit heads of arguments to pave way for sentencing on November 27th. BTV crime and court reporter Nkutsule Tamaga reports.
moraga gore kgotla-kgolo ya ditsheko e bone kathamorupisi molato ka ngwaga wa 2022 mo melatong e le mebedi ya tshenyetso setšhaba inam a tlhola dingwaga di le 2 mo kgolegelong mme a di segela ko thoko gore a seka dira molato wa go tshwana le o mo sebakeng sa dingwaga di le 3 le go mo atlhola gape 50,000 pula. Kgotla-kgolo e na boa gape ya atlhola morupisi 80,000 pula mo molatong wa boraro.
We do apologize for that clip there in Setswana. Now, moving on, the government remains committed to developing a high-performing and effective central medical stores that is strategically operational to address medical challenges facing the Ministry of Health. Minister of Health Dr. Stephen Modise and Assistant Minister Lawrence Okeditse embarked on a tour to familiarize themselves with the CMS. Mpho Kelebuge reports.
Central medical stores is a fully integrated within the Ministry of Health organizational structure and is almost entirely reliant on the government for financial and human resource support through standardized government procedures. Speaking at a media tour of the Central Medical Stores, Minister of Health Dr. Stephen Modise says there is a need to advocate for more funds to address challenges affecting Ministry of Health in some parts of the country.
Nkara batswana kere ra utlwa matshwenyego a bone a goroga matshwenyego a kona gwethileng gore be re le hatsatsi jeno mme gore melemo e goroge go go bone go na le dilo tse dintsi tse di tshwantseng gore di diragale santha ile gone go na le melemo mo Central Medical.
We found it important to come here mainly because we have been hearing concerns from the general public and we had an opportunity to speak with Central Medical Stores leadership and share with us some of the challenges. And we have reached a conclusion on how to resolve this issue going forward.
Melemo ya shota kwano re kopa melemo jalo jalo mme ke dingwe tse tse leng gore ikemiseditse go itebaganya le tsone gore ha molemo o le teng mo Central Medical Stores o kgone o gora go kgaolong o go gora go tleliniking go spateleng o helle o le ko motswaneng.
It was affirmed of the great need to solve the challenges emanating from shortage of medicines in some parts of the country.
Currently, what we want to do is to engage our stakeholders. We already are quantifying with them, but we need to involve them even more so that they will be able to provide us with latest data, because once we have a system that can be able to really provide you with latest information and appropriate data, then we can be able to improve on our availability. That system will then be used downstream up to the level of issuing to the customer, that is the patient.
One of the challenges they noted was obviously the issue of financing, the amount of funds that they get versus what they have to do and distribute out to people. Two, an issue of skills mismatch. For example, they need more procurement officers, right? So we need to assist them in that regard to make sure that the people who are hired here actually have a strong background in procurement and also distribution, logistics and things like that.
The ministers appealed to health officials to collaboratively work together with a view to identify and implement solutions to address all the challenges. Mpho Kelebuge, Botswana Television, Gaborone.
And some of the horticultural producers in the Southern District have acknowledged the new government. They have expressed their full confidence in the new administration to support, nurture and capacitate them to produce enough food for the country. The farmers made these sentiments as during their daily routines of producing quality fresh produce. Emmanuel Rapua reports.
The country's horticultural sector is primarily still in its infancy stage. As such, local farmers are of the view that the extent of investment they have put forth will enable them to eventually fully supply the local market with vegetables. They remain hopeful that the new government will embrace their efforts. We are still on our growth trajectory path and have much confidence on the new government to support us as we have invested much in our horticultural projects.
le ya go batla go ntsha dijo ra go e tshwaragana le bone.
Batswana ba ba lemang ba na le bokgoni. Dikeletso tsa bone hela ke gore goromente a kgone go tla ka mananeo a ileng gore o tla ba thusa.
Botswana have the potential to produce sufficiently, aided by the government.
E tla beng simologa gongwa a lebelele gore tota me horticulture ra re ba tshuletse eng.
They are steadfast that they will play an active role in reducing the high unemployment rate.
Nkeletsa jalo ke kopa gore e ka re ka tswelela re dira jalo gore re tle re kgone gore re tswele.
We want to see the sector well established locally in order to grow our economy and create employment opportunities.
Re na le babereki ba ileng gore ka bone hela re setse re tshuletsa itshulelo a Botswana ka gore ga ba tsamaye mo mebileng ba bereka.
The farmers laid out what they feel are vital components that will aid them to achieve higher production output.
Ke gone gore di associations tsa rona di nne le a better coordination e leng gore we can speak one voice, whether ke ko centrally, whether ke ko southern, re be re le Botswana rotlhe go na le a very good communication, and also di market di ka nna teng.
Horticultural producers are resolute that through synchronized efforts they will sustainably meet the local demand. Emmanuel Rapua, BTV News, Tlanege.
Two young men, Gitsole Hume and Edwin Sitsenye of Silibe Pigwe, have found a way to create jobs for themselves with a unique blend of creativity and entrepreneurial spirit by converting a hobby of customizing the conventional Hamba bicycles into a business. They unpacked their journey of how passion met opportunity during an interaction with BTV News reporter Karabo Mulusi.
The duo, which endured the pangs of struggling to make ends meet, have found a niche in the market of converting Hamba bicycles into eye-catching works of art. The idea of customizing Hamba bicycles was inspired by unsafe riding practices, so I started by fitting the lights. Initially, this bicycle was customized for off-road, but I realized that I can use it even in town. This innovative idea has caught attention of the community and stimulated interest.
Body tube, body tire, body axle.
We need bicycle parts such as tubes, tires, axles and wheels. We are capable of assembling a bicycle and pimping it. Currently we are operating from home, but we need assistance in finding a workshop. I think this initiative will promote the use of bicycles and restore this cultural practice. It presents an affordable alternative of transport in an era where fuel is expensive. Though informal, this business venture is anticipated to prompt conversation around improvement of the road's infrastructure to accommodate bicycle users and scale up public awareness on compliance in road traffic regulations for unmotorized vehicles. A saddle is mandatory and the rider should always sit on it while riding. Standing while riding a bicycle is a traffic offense. When indicating to turn, the rider should show by extending a hand to the direction where they intend to turn to while holding the steering with the other hand. The pair has asserted commitment and determination to develop it and ultimately build a team of bicycle customizers.
This hobby of bicycle pimping could be an indication of the community's commitment to transformative, smarter, greener, efficient and affordable solutions. Karabo Mulusi, BTV News, Silibi Pikwe.
You're live with BTV News and we continue. The Southern African Development Community, SADC, is set to hold an extraordinary summit of heads of states and government in Harare, Zimbabwe, tomorrow Wednesday. The summit will focus on the security situation in the eastern part of the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, with a particular emphasis on the SADC mission in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. President Advocate Duma Boko is expected to depart from Botswana to Zimbabwe tomorrow morning to attend the summit in Harare.
Malawi's first female flight crew have organized air shows to give underprivileged children in rural areas opportunities to see an aircraft up close. The organizers said the move is an effort to inspire the next generation of aviators. Organizers of the show, which was held under the theme Dreams Take Flight, managed to make dreams of over 1,000 children come true, as well as other rural inhabitants. However, local authorities say they are failing to attract students to the aviation sector as the airlines are few and the sector is underdeveloped.
It has been my dream to become a pilot, and I really am excited to learn more.
I want to be a pilot engineer when I grow up.
We've got about almost 1,000 underprivileged children to come in to just give them a pinch of an imagination, just to spice up their imagination, and because we believe that imagination is what is going to make them more curious for knowledge. So we believe in the children, we believe in their dreams, because we also believe in our dreams in the first place. So we want to encourage as many dreams as possible, and we're not stopping here.
It's also my first time to come to a place like this, and I've been inspired. And if I had a chance to have, been exposed to this type of lifestyle before, I would have chosen to become a pilot. So it's so nice for me too.
We don't have a lot of airlines coming into Malawi. We don't have a lot of airlines, even domestically, moving within the country and all of that. And then the issue of infrastructure, where we have, our airports. We have been talking about Mzuzu Airport. We've been talking about Chileka Airport.
Lazarus again is standing by with sport. Thank you so much, Khomotso and Benson. Good evening. I am Liza Osegeng with your World of Sport, and we are starting off with football news. In the AFCON qualifier games played today, Group C teams are taking a final lap for the sport at AFCON 2025 as Egypt is currently playing against the Zebras, while Mauritania is taking on Cape Verde. Though Omatla Kibato scored a leading goal against the Egypt, the Pharaohs of Egypt equalized before recess, making the score 1-1. Still in Group C, Mauritania is leading 1-0 against Cape Verde. Let's now cross over to City Kiahakwa, who is at Cresta Lodge for the Zebras versus Egypt watch party. City, good evening. How is the mood there, and what can you say about what update do you have for us?
Cresta Lodge is where we are to watch the encounter between the Zebras and Egypt. We are about at the 62nd minute, and that game is still deadlocked at 1-1. Kabelo Sakanyeng, of course, has given the Zebras the lead, and we are graced to be in the presence of the Honorable Minister of Sports and Arts, Mr. Jacob Kilibeng, who is in amongst other dignitaries who are here present. Amongst them, some executives from Botswana Football Association, including the second Vice President, Teboho Kamati, and also the Chief Executive Officer at Botswana Football Association, that is Mfolo Edwin Mfolo, and also Colonel Tsinyaro from Botswana National Olympic Committee, and of course some representatives from Botswana National Sport Commission, because this is entirely a sporting event for the country. And I'm here with Tuelo Sirifo, who is the Chief Executive Officer from Botswana National Olympic Commission, to give us an insight in terms of how he's feeling, because I can tell you at this present moment right now, the tension that is here, you can cut through it with a knife. Res Rufo, thank you for your time to have given us this opportunity. Just to give us an insight in terms of how are you feeling at this present moment? It is the 64th minute and it's still 1-1.
Yes, it's obviously not easy because I'm sure all of us in Botswana would like the Zebras to qualify. So as things stand, if we were to maintain the draw or win, then we are guaranteed going to Morocco in 2025. So we need to keep it at this or better it. But as you can imagine, it's a very tense. We are like hearts are beating so bad because we want the win so badly, sir.
Nerve-wracking. The tension is so high, and I can tell you. But in terms of the prospects, if we were to qualify for the Africa Cup of Nations Morocco 2025, what are the benefits? How imperative will it be, not only for the country, but also for its economic benefits? Because as you've highlighted, as Botswana National Olympic Committee, you want sport to take a leading role in terms of ensuring that they also positively contribute to the economy of the nation.
Yes, first of all, I mean, it will go a long way in profiling Botswana because we'll be amongst a few African countries that have made it to Morocco in 2025. Now, mind you, AFCON is not just watched in the continent. People in the rest of the world do watch AFCON. Why? Because a lot of players from the continent ply their trade in Europe, in the UK, in Spain, and many other countries. So there will be interest from all over the world. And then secondly, from a player's perspective, it will be an opportunity to showcase their talent to the rest of the world, and hopefully they can get recruited to some of the big leagues across the world. And but Botswana, new things are happening here. We've got a new government, new opportunities. So they will also be selling our opportunities that exist here to say, come and invest in Botswana. We are good in sport, but you also offer great business opportunities amongst other things. So that's why we need it so badly, sir.
Rasrufo, I know the tensions are high. We'll definitely get back to you at the end of the game.
Thank you very much, and fingers crossed that guys are making it tonight. Let's keep them in our prayers that they qualify tonight. Thank you very much.
Optimistic and very confident, positive. That is the Chief Executive Officer of Botswana National Olympic Committee, Tuelo Serufo, as he was telling you about how important will it be for the Zebras to qualify. And of course, there is just a whole lot of people around here who are so nervous. I can tell you, I can't wait for the match to end so that we can able to tell the final result of the score. But of course, we are hopeful. Back to you, Ntebo.
Right, that was our presenter, Siti Kiahakwa, at the Zebras Watch Party, and we will continue to give you an update on how the two games unfold. Now, moving on, in a bid to promote the sport of golf in the country, Botswana Golf Union this weekend hosted a two-day Professional Golf Association Level 1 training course, which attracted a total of 20 aspiring coaches from across the country. Tsepo Kihimile has the report for us.
Considered one of the least popular sports in Botswana, and this course is expected to help grow the sport as more players will be reached through the increased number of coaches graduating from the training.
The course intended to train people on the basics of golf with a view of having them go and cascade the training further and train bana mo golfong. So there has been an outcry from our clubs, even the affiliates tsa rona re le BGU gore tota ga ba khone go traina bana go di clubong tsa rona tse di harologaneng le ha se ka bophara ka gore ga gona bape ba ileng gore ba ba trainer. So we've gathered these participants to provide them with the basics on golf so that they go further down there at their respective clubs and train the kids further.
Professional Golf Association PGA instructor Mpokili Swam mentioned that golf can be used as a means to earn a living.
Golf is one of those sports where we differentiate between people who make a living out of golf and those who don't make a living out of golf, amateurs. So as a result of that, it is very restrictive, very difficult for people to get into golf. So the reason for us for holding this course is to make it accessible to a lot of people. One, we've brought majority of our golf clubs, people who reside in outside Gaborone, to come here to be trained as trainers. They can go and introduce younger kids to golf.
Been learning a lot, and I'm going to take this opportunity and use it back home in Lobatse with our young people to just coach them and help them to in the process of learning how to play golf. And I feel like they're going to be...
Jose, it was very educational and very practical, because what they've imparted on us, we can take it back to the classroom, to the children, and it's going to be quite easy because they were showing us everything and why we're doing it, and this will be easier to show to younger kids. And
the course, which aimed to unearth raw talent and introduce new golfers aspiring to pursue golf as a career, began on Saturday and concluded on Sunday. Tshepo Himile, PTV Sport, Gaborone.
And finally, Muchengeti Manzungu of Zimbabwe and Tinashe Patswane of Botswana have advanced to the finals of the ongoing Confederation of African Tennis Under-14 Boys Doubles Tournament after defeating Botswana's Lebone Tlape and Francisco Brink in straight sets yesterday at the National Tennis Center. Tsegofatso Malepa.
Muchengeti Manzungu and Tinashe Patswane progressed to the semi-finals after receiving a bye in the quarterfinals due to their top seed status. On the other hand, Botswana's Lebone Tlape and Francisco Brink reached the quarterfinals by defeating Temo Malumo and Rachile Pens from Botswana. In the first set, Tlape and Brink had a shaky start, committing multiple unforced serve errors, allowing Manzungu and Patswane to take advantage and win the set comfortably with a score of 6-0. In the second and final set, Tlape and Brink tried to fight back but fell short as Manzungu and Patswane extended their margin to secure their place in the final by winning the set 6-2, clinching the match with 2 straight sets.
We played better in the second set because we started making a plan and play with more sense.
I could have made balls more deep, being more consistent on my 7 shots.
We were playing very well, but we think that our volleys were bad, but not that bad. But I think that we played very well, and we don't have many fails like on our strokes.
I think we'll improve by trying to reduce our errors and more focused. We'll try to stay more focused in the match.
In another boys' double match, Johan Theron of Namibia partnered with Vihan Balsara of Kenya, defeating Zimbabwe's Joel Badaza and Unatisi Tole in straight sets. On the girls' side, Botswana's Malak Macheng and Angel Chakanyoka advanced to the finals by defeating fellow countrymen Johan Wang and Camille Asetso in straight sets. The Botswana duo are set to face Zimbabwe's Claire Majeye and Rutonde Tom, who reached the finals after beating Botswana's Angel Chongwe and Rerotle Kanyeng in straight sets. The finals will take place on Tuesday morning, with the second leg of the tournament scheduled to begin on Wednesday morning. Tsegofatso Malepa, PTV Sport, Gaborone.
Well, and that is it for Sport at 6. Let's now take a look at stories making headlines once again. Government to address unnecessary bureaucracy that hinders the ease of doing business for foreign investors.
The same government remains committed to developing a high-performing and effective central medical stores, the CMS.
Malawi's first female flight crew organized air shows to give underprivileged children in rural areas opportunities to see aircraft up close and personal. Up next is weather, followed by Benson Putero with the news at 7 o'clock.
Good evening and welcome to tonight's weather forecast brought to you by Samuel Ramoton. The following are some of the rainfall amounts that were recorded this morning at 8 o'clock. 19 millimeters at Kazungula Police and Kazungula Road Border, 14 at Veda Met Station, 11 at Kazungula Primary School, 7 at Kwai North Gate, 5 at Habu Primary School, 2 at Metsimantli Khotla and Mankhodi Khotla, and drops were recorded at Joanne Met Station. Well, the current satellite picture shows clouds are visible over most areas of the country, and this blue color shows developing thunderstorms, which may possibly thunder or shower tonight over some of these areas. As for tomorrow, few patches of clouds are expected to be visible over southern, central, and northeast, while over other areas of the country we're expecting partly cloudy conditions with possibility of isolated thunder showers over some areas of Ngamilen, Khanti, Kgalagadi, southern, southeast, Khatling, and Kwening. We're also expecting fresh to strong winds tomorrow in most areas of the country. Therefore, the public is advised to take necessary precautions. In the morning, temperatures will be hot over most areas of the country, with the minimums ranging from 20 to about 23 degrees Celsius. And in the afternoon, hot temperatures are still expected over southern, with maximums of 34 at Good Hope and Joanne. While over other areas of the country, we're expecting very hot temperatures, with the maximums ranging from 36 to about 38 degrees Celsius. And as for the fire report, these red spots over southeast, some areas of southeast, Kgalagadi, Ngamiland, and over central shows wildfires are currently burning in those areas. Even tomorrow, the fire danger index shows dangerous conditions in most areas of the country. Therefore, the public is advised to handle fire with caution and to avoid starting unnecessary wildfires. Well, moving on with the forecast, let's have a look at some cities in SADC. Showers are expected over Maseru, Kabeja, and Cape Town, but over Upington and Johannesburg, we're expecting partly cloudy conditions, and cloudy conditions are expected over Manzini. Cloudy conditions are also expected over Antananarivo, while over Beira, expecting few pieces of clouds to be visible, and clear skies are expected over Harare, while at Lusaka, we're expecting partly cloudy conditions, and showers are expected over Windhoek. Showers are also expected over Luanda, Kinshasa, Blantyre, and Dar es Salaam. Well, that's what the forecast. Have yourself a good night.
Tona Boko tlhalositse fa letlhoko la ditiro mo bananeng e le nngwe ya dikgwetlho tse di apereng lefatshe leno, mme a tlhalosa fa puso e tla leka gotlhe go netefatsa fa seemo se boela mannong. Tona Boko a re o kopa kemonokeng ya botlhe go fetla ditiro.
I am aware of the challenges facing our country. We are looking economic uncertainty dead in the eye. Diamonds continue to account for about 80% of our foreign earnings, but we shall overcome. The already high, almost 27% unemployment rate continues to worsen, but we shall overcome. The declining birth rate creates an existential threat to our future, but we shall overcome. We have only 78 years of coal reserves left at the current usage rate, but we shall overcome. The government is facing cash flow problems, but we shall overcome. We have to wrestle with social and infrastructural issues, but we shall overcome. Speaker, walk with me, will you, as we take the path unseen and therefore never traveled. With me as your president and this nation by my side, Mr. Speaker, I say to you, we shall overcome all the odds. I have said before, and I will say it again, I've been down so many times. Down don't bother me no more. We've inherited challenges left to us to resolve by the 12th Parliament. Together we will resolve them and build a stronger, inclusive, and more prosperous future. I have seen the bravery and might of Botswana firsthand. Lesego Chombo dared to dream and came home wearing the crown of Miss World Africa. She now sits in these hallowed chambers wearing the mantle of Minister of Youth and Gender Affairs of the Second Republic. Litsile Tebogo and Ross Branch dared to dream and came home champions of the world. They dreamt big dreams, dreams of immensity, dreams of intensity. There is nothing, I repeat, nothing that Botswana cannot do. This moment demands both immediate solutions to stabilize our economy and long-term reforms that will lay the foundation for sustainable growth. It is a journey that will require bold leadership, strategic action, and the unity of every Motswana. I take you into my confidence. I share with you a vision for the future. I map out the concrete steps we will take towards a future that offers prosperity, opportunity, and dignity for all. Last 100 days will share at least one thing in common. That is that each day will be treated with the same level of seriousness throughout. The first 100 days present an opportunity to demonstrate swift, decisive action while laying the groundwork for long-term transformation. The first 100 days is a period of renewal and restoration. In the first 100 days, we focus on three interconnected pillars: restoring trust, revitalizing the economy, and building equity. We will restore trust and good governance by 1. Undertaking a financial and forensic audit. I've heard your voices. I've seen your messages. You want to know where your tax money has been spent. We will find that out and report back to you. We will do so. We do so not to subject anyone to targeted demonization. We do so to probe and examine the functional efficacy of our existing systems and institutions. Because these institutions are human artifacts, we can remake and improve them. We must design and roll out a robust institutional repertoire properly suited to the demands and challenges of the unfolding future. 2, strengthening anti-corruption institutions. You want to know that your tax money is safe with us and that we will protect your money. We will fashion a robust, independent, anti-corruption agency with the authority to investigate, prosecute, and eliminate corruption at all levels. Additionally, we will create digital transparency mechanisms to enable citizens to track public spending. 3, increasing transparency in government expenditure. You want to know that your money is being used to better the lives of all Botswana, not just a few. We will publish a comprehensive review of public finances to identify waste, corruption, and inefficiencies, followed by a plan for corrective actions. 4, respecting human rights and upholding dignity. One of our people is unable to rest, far from his home. Country road, hear him yearn, please take him home to the place he belongs. These words hit my soul like bolts of lightning, and now they leave my lips, and they will carry the soul of a son of the soil home to CKGR, where he can finally be at peace. On International Human Rights Day, the 10th of December 2024, the body of Pitseng Gauberekwe will be buried in the Central Kalahari Game Reserve. His ancestral home. Your government, that under color of court judgments denied him the dignity of a burial in his ancestral land, has now taken the bold steps of abandoning all those judgments and burying him. In this ceaseless quest to uphold dignity, we are unshakable. We will revitalize the economy and attract investments by 1, establishing a legal reform task force. Foreign investors want to come here. Botswana has the highest credit rating in Africa, with a BBB+ long-term and A-2 short-term Standard & Poor's rating. The only reason that they are not here yet is that there is a necessary bureaucracy in doing business in Botswana. This legal task force will draft key legal reforms to make Botswana an attractive environment for foreign and domestic investment. It will do so in the shortest possible time, as time is of the essence. Creating economic incentive packages. We will announce a set of incentives to attract investments in high potential sectors such as renewable energy, agriculture, tourism, and technology, we are committed as the government of Botswana to participating in meetings, incentives, conferences, and events, MICE, and will ensure that there is positive impact for Botswana. Fast-tracking key infrastructure projects. We will identify and begin the implementation of strategic projects in transport